Last night, as this was all unfolding, you could see the yellow and orange flares up in the night sky. But right now it does look somewhat peaceful. Let's just listen in if we can hear anything. And we can't. But we're going to be moving on to some of these other Russia-Ukraine related stories. We're going to be showing the White House press briefing from earlier as the White House justifies more of these sanctions that were issued today and what the strategy is going forward. Before we do all of that, we do have a live now look at the White House. There is going to be, though, some major news tomorrow on the domestic front. We're being told President Biden has made a decision on a SCOTUS pick. That's according to Fox sources. I'm going to put up this tweet we just got in from Fox White House producer Pat Ward. He tweets, two sources close to the process tell Fox President Biden has made a decision on his SCOTUS nominee and an announcement could come as soon as Friday. That's confirming a CNN report. They were the first to report that just about 30 minutes ago. But as you know, the administration, President Biden himself, had said that they wanted this pick to come before the end of the month. And of course, that would be tomorrow, barring the 2 days on the weekend, of course. But we will be having our experts, our legal historians, our Supreme Court historians, criminal defense attorneys, everyone on standby to help us break down whoever that pick might be and how that will impact the makeup of the court. Remember, it's going to be an African-American woman, a first in the court's very long history. So if you're just coming to this news right now, we are learning that President Biden has made a SCOTUS decision, and the announcement could come as soon as tomorrow to replace retiring Justice Stephen Breyer. We'll have more on that a little bit later tomorrow if that, in fact, does come down. And so that should be definitely a big story tomorrow. I'm Andrew Kraft. We're going to take yet another commercial break. When we come back, we'll be hearing from the White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, also officials from the National Security Council outlining what these newest tranche of sanctions are going to do. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us here as we continue to cover the Russia-Ukraine conflict. Fox 11 in Los Angeles has been covering this as well from all angles and sides. They are interviewing Fox Foreign Affairs correspondent Trey Yingst, who's in Ukraine, also a California lawmaker. Let's hear what they have to say.
Fox 11 News special report.
A lot of breaking news tonight. Good evening. Welcome to Fox 11 News Special Report. I'm Alex Michelson.
And I'm Marla Tejas. A brutal and deadly 24 hours for Ukrainians. Tonight, Ukraine is under attack as Russia launches a war in Europe with a full-scale invasion of its neighbor by land and air after months of military buildup at its border.
Sound of explosions happening in the capital city of Kyiv, as well as the cities of Kharkiv and Odessa. While attacks from the air continue, troops keep moving in from Russia and eastern Ukraine, Belarus to the north, and then Crimea to the south.
This right here is the sound people woke up to. Air raid sirens for several minutes, sending people into a panic. President Biden has warned Vladimir Putin he will pay a price for this invasion. He was also very clear about the role of our troops in Europe.
Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power.
Let's now bring in Democratic Congressman Ted Lieu from Torrance. He's a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and a veteran of the Air Force. Congressman, thank you for being with us. Let's start with your overall reaction to what you are seeing today in Ukraine.
Thank you, Alex, for your question. Let me first say my heart goes out to the people of Ukraine, and I am praying for them and their leadership. They're experiencing an unprovoked attack by Russia, and this is completely against international law and is something that the U.S. and our allies are going to support Ukraine on, and we've imposed tough economic sanctions today, and we're going to continue imposing tough economic sanctions on Russia.
Are those tough economic sanctions enough? We heard President Biden call them severe sanctions today. By his own admission, he says he knows this isn't going to stop Vladimir Putin and the attacks and this all-out invasion. He knows that these won't be felt by Putin for a month out. Should we be doing more?
Well, let me tell you what we have done. The U.S. has targeted Russia's 10 largest financial institutions, accounting for about 80% of Russia's banking assets. The U.S. has also targeted a list of oligarchs who are supporting Putin, and we've cut off all technological imports to Russia. These are strong sanctions. And keep in mind, the Soviet Union collapsed not for a lack of military might, but because of their economy. Russia has a weak economy. Its GDP is less than half of California's. So this action by Putin is only going to further weaken his government and Russia's economy.
Why do you think Vladimir Putin is doing this?
We know from various articles published last year that the Russia economy had continued to go downhill. His approval rating started to wane. And I think he did this, number one, as a distraction. And number two, he's always wanted to bring Ukraine back into his view that somehow it belonged with Russia. Ukrainians don't believe that, and they have a democracy. And this really is an unprovoked attack on a sovereign nation and on democracy and on peace itself.
But does it end with Ukraine? I mean, the fear is that this could only be the start if he gets Ukraine, and he may do this with other countries nearby, including potentially even some NATO countries, and then all of a sudden the U.S. is involved in a war, potentially World War III.
You make a very good point. So Ukraine is not part of NATO. There's one reason that Putin has not attacked NATO countries, because under NATO, if a country is attacked, then all the other NATO countries will come in and defend that country. What we do know is that the Ukrainian forces are fighting the Russians in heavy conflict, and it appears that they're getting some victories, the Ukrainian forces. We'll see how long this conflict continues. But the people of Ukraine also have very strong resolve. And if there is a prolonged insurgency resisting Putin, I'm not sure that Russia comes out of this better, because it is one thing to use the military and take over a country. It's another thing to run that country. And we've seen time and time again that militaries are not equipped to do that.
Alex just brought up the prospect of World War III. That makes all of us shudder. We've been hearing that today. How likely do you think that that will actually come to fruition? I mean, there must be conversations happening in Washington about that reality.
President Biden was very clear that U.S. forces are not being sent to Europe to engage with the Russians in the Ukrainian conflict. We know that Russia not only has nuclear weapons, but in fact, they have more than half of the world's nuclear weapons. So President Biden is very clear that these U.S. forces are there not to engage in the Ukrainian conflict. At the same time, we are supporting the Ukrainian people. We're also going to provide them as much military assistance as we can. And we, again, pray for Ukrainian people to resist. And we're going to see what happens. Time will tell with these sanctions, but these are strong sanctions that the U.S. and our allies impose today.
Some Republicans in the House, including Mike Garcia from Santa Clarita, is saying that some of this is because President Biden has been weak on the world stage. They point to his weakness pulling out of Afghanistan. They're suggesting that this wouldn't have happened if President Trump was still in power. We know President Trump has suggested that Russian President Vladimir Putin was a genius for some of the moves that he made recently on this. What is your take and your response to Republicans who say that President Biden has been too weak and President Trump was stronger?
It is outrageous for the former president to continue to lavish praise on Vladimir Putin, who is a murderer and an autocrat. And it is outrageous that the former president continues to fawn over Putin. At the same time, with President Biden, he has shown strength in withdrawing from Afghanistan. That was absolutely the right thing to do. We have been in Afghanistan for over 20 years. If we stayed another 20 years, nothing would have changed. If you can't win a war in 20 years, you're not going to win it staying 40 years. President Biden did absolutely the right thing, and it was a show of strength to withdraw from Afghanistan. And I know people now are not thinking we should be back in Afghanistan. Not even Republicans think that.
Of course, we're thinking of the Ukrainian people, the innocent people who are impacted. We have plenty of Ukrainian people within Southern California, of Russian descent as well. What do you want to say to them tonight as they're extremely frightened?
That there is bipartisan support to support Ukraine, that we have resolved that we're going to continue to impose strong and tough economic and diplomatic sanctions on Russia. And it's not just the U.S., it really is the entire world. You see Canada, you see Japan, you see the European Union all standing in solidarity to push back against Vladimir Putin. And with a combination of strong sanctions and diplomatic sanctions, as well as the will of the Ukrainian people to fight, we'll see if Putin has miscalculated. I think he may very well have miscalculated.
And just lastly, real quickly, I know you're really inspired by the people in Ukraine that are fighting back.
Not only are we seeing a tremendous resolve from the Ukrainian people as well as their military, we're also seeing tremendous resolve from a number of folks in Russia who have come out in protest in Moscow and St. Petersburg at great risk to their own lives. And we're seeing a lot of demonstrations. So this is happening on both sides, both in Ukraine as well as in Russia. And I think Putin may very well have not expected to see this amount of pushback on his unprovoked invasion of a democracy.
Congressman Ted Lieu out of Torrance, we thank you so much for being with us tonight.
Thank you, Marla.
All right, now we do want to go live to Ukraine in Kyiv, and you see him right there. Fox News correspondent Trey Yangst on the ground. He joins us now live. It's just after 5 a.m. Trey, thank you so much for being with us tonight. Sort of paint a picture of what has transpired on the ground in the last 24 hours.
Alex, Marla, good afternoon. What we've seen over the past 24 hours is really a major Russian invasion into Ukraine. And even over the past hour, we continue to see escalation here on the ground. There were 2 large explosions in the capital of Kyiv. Initial reports indicate, according to an advisor to the interior minister here, that a Russian aircraft was shot down. This is a big indicator that Ukrainian air defense systems may still be working, despite claims by the Russian military that they took them out in the early stages of this operation. What happened, though, was there was a military incursion into this country, and it came from a lot of different directions. In the south, from an area of land called Crimea that Russia annexed back in 2014, and also from Russian territory and from territory in Belarus. So this was a multi-pronged approach that included a ground operation and also an air campaign targeting major cities. Kyiv, the capital of Ukraine, Kharkiv, the second largest Ukrainian city, and there were even sirens blaring in the western city of Lviv. So this was an attack that targeted all of Ukraine, and it sent many people fleeing for the Polish border, others underground this evening because they're concerned about further air operations taking place by the Russian military. But the major concern tonight and into tomorrow has to do with the ability of the Russians to surround the Ukrainian capital. Western intelligence officials believe that is the goal of Russian President Putin, and if he is successful, he will likely try to overthrow the government here, and we could see an entirely different battlefield that includes urban warfare and almost a guerrilla-type warfare taking place here in the Ukrainian capital as the Ukrainians try to push back against this Russian offensive. Back to you.
Trey, your reporting really has been remarkable. I think you've stood out among everybody doing great work for the network. I think you have had the most sort of extraordinary reporting. Just as a guy, what's it like being in that city right now? What's it feel like? What's the energy like? What's it like standing there and hearing explosions?
Look, we've been in a lot of war zones, everything from Afghanistan to Iraq to Lebanon to Gaza, and there are a lot of similarities in terms of the pressure that you face in terms of covering these stories, and there are a lot of differences. And the major difference in this story has to do with the weaponry being used. Oftentimes when we're covering stories in a place like Gaza, you're dealing with rockets that are being fired over the border and intercepted by Israel's missile defense system, for example. Here we're talking about cruise missiles, ballistic missiles, fighter jets that are targeting different Ukrainian convoys. And the death toll in this event could rise really quite high. And so it's a different type of conflict, but in terms of the feeling, my team and I cover these stories all around the world, and we're simply prepared. A lot of preparation goes into this, and we are ready for whatever happens in the coming days.
Do you have any sense of, Trey, how the Ukrainian people feel thus far about the U.S. response?
The Ukrainian people are the real story here, and they are looking for any sort of support they can get. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, just before, hours before this offensive got started, pleaded with the international community, but more specifically with the Russian people, to try to put pressure on their leader, Vladimir Putin, to call off this offensive. As for the Ukrainian people and the assistance that they received from the Americans, people are quite thankful for the weaponry, the things like anti-tank missiles, those Javelin missiles that we know Ukrainian forces even today have used against those Russian brigades that crossed over the border. But they're also looking for more. They are looking for more weapons, but they're looking for more sanctions as well. They understand that this is a pivotal moment for the future of Ukraine. The future of this country lies in the hands of the international community and the ability of the international community to deter Russian President Putin's behavior and also support those Ukrainian forces as they try to push back against this Russian invasion.
Well, Trey Yanks, we wish you and your crew to stay safe. We know you take so many different precautions to do that, but thank you for bringing us the important stories that you are bringing us from there in Kyiv, and please send along our love and support from Southern California for all the brave civilians that are there as well tonight. Trey Yanks, thank you so much for coming on.
Thank you.
All right, still to come. Starting tomorrow in LA County, masks are no longer required indoors for the fully vaccinated. Do you feel comfortable dropping your mask? That's next. All right. right, we are just hours away from LA County's indoor mask mandate ending for vaccinated people in most public settings. As of midnight, if you're fully vaccinated, you don't have to wear a mask inside businesses and venues that verify vaccination status. Now, this is despite the county's still high COVID-19 transmission rate. So I asked Health Director Barbara Ferrer today about the timing.
You've made it abundantly clear that the goal is moderate transmission, defined as an average of 730 new daily cases. LA County has not met that metric. You have decided to lift the mandate for the vaccinated, which is about 80% of county residents 12 and older. So why the change now?
I think we've always tried to listen to the folks we're in service of. It's always challenging when either goalposts change or conditions change, to be flexible enough to figure out how to best move us forward. And, I hope that, everyone does feel somewhat reassured that we both listen and adapt, but we also always look at the science.
Bottom line, Ferrer says political pressure did not weigh into her decision. The new mask policy takes effect as of midnight. And Alex, mid-March is when we can expect, that's the projected date of lifting the indoor mask mandate for everyone, regardless of vaccination status.
All right, great set of stories there from Fox 11 in Los Angeles. We think that they even got to speak with Trey Yingst live in Kyiv a little bit earlier with some really great insight about what it is like to be a foreign war correspondent. Of course, they also got in some of that COVID-19 news, which we haven't really covered that much. Omicron cases have dropped precipitously nationwide. On average, I believe cases, according to CDC data, are upwards of about 70 to 80,000. So they are dropping, which is very, very good news. Which is leading the CDC to make some type of announcement on new guidance, especially with masks. We're getting that reporting in the middle of all of this Russia-Ukraine news. I just want to put up a tweet. This is from an Associated Press reporter, and he tweeted out the AP alert saying, according to their sources, the CDC will ease COVID guidelines tomorrow, and new criteria to drop mask recommendation for most of the United States as cases ebb. And we're being told as well that most of that guidance will have to do with indoor mask wearing. So that's finally coming. We'll have the full announcement tomorrow, according to the Associated Press. So just wanted to get that small bit of COVID news in there on this Thursday night. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be back in 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. This is Andrew Kraft, and you're taking a Live Now look at Dallas, Texas. That's Reunion Tower, lit up at the top in the colors of the Ukrainian flag, blue and yellow there. Dallas is home to quite a large Ukrainian American population, but so many of these scenes, not only from here at home, but also in European capitals. I was scrolling Twitter, and the Brandenburg Gate there in Berlin, Germany, also lit up in those same colors. 10 Downing Street in London, the Prime Minister's residence and offices, also lit up in the colors of Ukraine, and the world is rallying around the people of Ukraine. Now, early this morning, we have a Live Now look out of Kyiv. I believe it's about 8:30 in the morning there on a very early Friday morning. Earlier today, Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky issued yet another video speaking to his people. I just want to show you. This is some of the video of it from earlier. He said, quote, "According to our information, the enemy marked me as the #1 target. My family is the #2 target. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state," he said in a 6-minute video posted on Instagram today. That is this. He said, "I stay in the capital. I stay with my people. During the day, I held dozens of international talks, directly managed our country, and I will stay in the capital. My family is also in Ukraine. My children are also in Ukraine. My family is not traitors. They are the citizens of Ukraine, but I have no right to say where they are right now." So, of course, he would not relinquish or release the details of where his family is hiding out at the moment, but he said he is going to stay in Kyiv for the duration of this. And so he has been in so many talks with world leaders, including President Biden late last night. We also know that tomorrow there will be convening a NATO summit. About 30 countries will be involved in this meeting tomorrow. And so we'll have a full readout of that. If we do get any live looks or remarks from that, we will bring that to you here. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks so much for being with us. We're going to start playing the White House press briefing from earlier today as White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki, along with the National Security Council officials, took questions from reporters explaining this latest round of sanctions on Russia.
Are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today those costs escalated dramatically. Now it's going to be up to President Putin to decide ultimately how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
Thank you. You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take you're expecting that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the U.S. or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
And in light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, do you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I know I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Philly.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line.
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, I believe. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
I keep asking you these same questions. I don't think
she's not done yet. Let me finish. Go ahead.
On President Putin.
But is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. As I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter to any leader. Because of the effect it has on his people's living standards. In this case, Putin made the wrong.
All right, the Biden administration officials there at the White House briefing from the National Security Council defending, justifying, and explaining the latest tranche of sanctions today issued on Russia and on Russian oligarchs, Russian banks, and the like in response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine. I'm Andrew Kraft. We are going to be continuing to follow this story. We're going to be showing you some of the events from earlier today in these overnight hours, and then we're going to pick it back up live from our Orlando bureau in Florida with our folks, Regina Gonzalez, Rain Augustine, and Gabrielle Amato, as they continue to talk to national security experts and others about what this means. What is the conflict going to look like going into a third day? Also, we'll have big news possibly tomorrow from the CDC updating indoor mask guidance for the COVID-19 pandemic. Also, we could be getting a new SCOTUS pick. The president has made his decision. We don't know the timing or when he will announce it, but that is what Fox is reporting. So that could come tomorrow as well. He said he wanted to do it before the end of the month is over. So a lot of news left to get to on the last day of the week tomorrow. But for all of us here, we thank you for choosing Live Now from Fox as your go-to source for live, raw, and unfiltered news from around the country and now from around the world. We'll continue to give you the latest out of Ukraine, also out of Russia, also out of our European allies and here at home. Remember, there's that very, very highly anticipated NATO meeting and summit that will be happening tomorrow. We'll have full coverage of that as the situation somewhat is looking up maybe or maybe deteriorating in Ukraine. We'll be speaking hopefully to reporters and Ukrainians there over there in Europe. But for now, let's hear from President Biden as he made this announcement today, issuing more sanctions.
Good afternoon. The Russian military has begun a brutal assault on the people of Ukraine. Without provocation, without justification, without necessity, this is a premeditated attack. Vladimir Putin has been planning this for months, as we've been saying all along. He moved more than 175,000 troops, military equipment, and positions along the Ukrainian border. He moved blood supplies into position and built a field hospital, which tells you all you need to know about his intentions all along. He rejected every good faith effort the United States and our allies and partners made to address our mutual security concerns through dialogue to avoid needless conflict and avert human suffering. For weeks, we have been warning that this would happen. And now it's unfolding largely as we predicted. In the past week, we've seen shelling increase in the Donbass, a region in eastern Ukraine controlled by Russian-backed separatists. The Russian government has perpetrated cyber attacks against Ukraine. We saw a staged political theater in Moscow, outlandish and baseless claims that Ukraine was about to invade and launch a war against Russia, that Ukraine was prepared to use chemical weapons, that Ukraine committed a genocide. Without any evidence, we saw a flagrant violation of international law in attempting to unilaterally create two new so-called republics on sovereign Ukrainian territory. And at the very moment that the United Nations Security Council was meeting to stand up for Ukraine's sovereignty, to stave off invasion, Putin declared his war. Within moments, missile strikes began to fall on historic cities across Ukraine. Then came the air raids, followed by tanks and troops rolling in. We've been transparent with the world. We've shared declassified evidence about Russia's plans and cyber attacks and false pretexts so that there could be no confusion or cover-up about what Putin was doing. Putin is the aggressor. Putin chose this war, and now he and his country will bear the consequences. Today, I'm authorizing additional strong sanctions and new limitations on what can be exported to Russia. This is going to impose severe cost on the Russian economy, both immediately and over time. We have purposely designed these sanctions to maximize the long-term impact on Russia and to minimize the impact on the United States and our allies. I want to be clear. The United States is not doing this alone. For months, we've been building a coalition of partners representing well more than half the global economy. 27 members of the European Union, including France, Germany, Italy, as well as the United Kingdom, Canada, Japan, Australia, New Zealand, and many others, to amplify the joint impact of our response. I just spoke with the G7 leaders this morning, and we're in full and total agreement. We will limit Russia's ability to do business in dollars, euros, pounds, and yen to be part of the global economy. We'll limit their ability to do that. We're going to stunt the ability to finance and grow the Russian military. We're going to impose and we're going to impair their ability to compete in high-tech 21st century economy. We've already seen the impact of our actions on Russia's currency and the ruble, which early today hit its weakest level ever in history. The Russian stock market plunged today. The Russian government borrowing rate spiked by over 15%. Today's actions We've now sanctioned Russian banks that together hold around $1 trillion in assets. We've cut off Russia's largest bank, a bank that holds more than 1/3 of Russia's banking assets by itself, cut it off from the U.S. financial system. And today, we're also blocking 4 more major banks. That means every asset they have in America will be frozen. This includes VTB, the second largest bank in Russia, which has $250 billion in assets. As promised, we're also adding the names to the list of Russian elites and their family members that were sanctioned as well. As I said on Tuesday, these are people who personally gain from the Kremlin's policies, and they should share in the pain. We will keep up this drumbeat of those designations against corrupt billionaires in the days ahead. On Tuesday, we stopped the Russian government from raising money from U.S. or European investors. Now we're going to apply the same restrictions to Russia's largest state-owned enterprises, companies with assets that exceed $1.4 trillion. Some of the most powerful impacts of our actions will come over time as we squeeze Russia's access to finances and technology for strategic sectors of its economy and degrade its industrial capacity for years to come. Between our actions and those of our allies and partners, we estimate that we'll cut off more than half of Russia's high-tech imports. It will strike a blow to their ability to continue to modernize their military. It will degrade their aerospace industry, including their space program. It will hurt their ability to build ships, reducing their ability to compete economically. And it will be a major hit to Putin's long-term strategic ambitions. And we're preparing to do more. In addition to the economic penalties we're imposing, we're also taking steps to defend our NATO allies, particularly in the East. Tomorrow, NATO will convene a summit. We'll be there to bring together the leaders of 30 allied nations and close partners to affirm our solidarity and to map out the next steps we will take to further strengthen all aspects of our NATO alliance. Although we provided over $650 million in defensive assistance to Ukraine just this last year, let me say it again. Our forces are not and will not be engaged in the conflict with Russia in Ukraine. Our forces are not going to Europe to fight in Ukraine, but to defend our NATO allies and reassure those allies in the East. As I made crystal clear, the United States will defend every inch of NATO territory with the full force of American power. And the good news is, NATO is more united and more determined than ever. There is no doubt that the United States and every NATO ally will meet our Article 5 commitments, which says an attack on one is an attack on all. Over the past few weeks, I ordered thousands of additional forces to Germany and Poland as part of our commitment to NATO. On Tuesday, in response to Russia's aggressive action, including its troop presence in Belarus and the Black Sea, I've authorized the deployment of ground and air forces already stationed in Europe to NATO's eastern flank allies, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, Poland, and Romania. Our allies have also been stepping up, adding the other allies, the rest of NATO, adding their own forces and capabilities to ensure collective defense. And today, within hours of Russia's unleashing its assault, NATO came together and authorized and activated an activation of response plans. This will enable NATO's high readiness forces to deploy and when and where they are needed to protect our NATO allies on the eastern boundaries of Europe. And now I'm authorizing additional U.S. force capabilities to deploy to Germany as part of NATO's response, including some of the U.S.-based forces that the Department of Defense placed on standby weeks ago. I've also spoken with Defense Secretary Austin and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs, General Milley, about preparations for additional moves should they become necessary to protect our NATO allies and support the greatest military alliance in the history of the world, NATO. As we respond, my administration is using the tools, every tool at its disposal, to protect American families and businesses from rising prices at the gas pump. You know, we're taking active steps to bring down the cost, and American oil and gas companies should not exploit this moment to hike their prices to raise profits. You know, in our sanctions package, we specifically designed to allow energy payments to continue. We are closely monitoring energy supplies for any disruption. We've been coordinating with major oil producing and consuming countries toward our common interest to secure global energy supplies. We are actively working with countries around the world to elevate collective release from the strategic petroleum reserves of major energy consuming countries. And the United States will release additional barrels of oil as conditions warrant. I know this is hard and that Americans are already hurting. I will do everything in my power to limit the pain the American people are feeling at the gas pump. This is critical to me. But this aggression cannot go. Unanswered. If it did, the consequences for America would be much worse. America stands up to bullies. We stand up for freedom. This is who we are. Let me also repeat the warning I made last week. If Russia pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. For months, we've been working closely with the private sector to harden our cyber defenses, sharpen our ability to respond to Russian cyber attacks as well. I spoke last night to President Zelensky of Ukraine, and I assured him that the United States, together with our allies and partners in Europe, will support the Ukrainian people as they defend their country. We'll provide humanitarian relief to ease their suffering. And in the early days of this conflict, Russian propaganda outlets will keep trying to hide the truth and claim success for its military operation against a made-up threat. But history has shown, time and again, how swift gains in territory eventually give way to grinding occupations, acts of mass civil disobedience, and strategic dead ends. The next few weeks and months will be hard on the people of Ukraine. Putin has unleashed a great pain on them. But the Ukrainian people have known 30 years of independence. They have repeatedly shown that they will not tolerate anyone who tries to take their country backwards. This is a dangerous moment for all of Europe, for the freedom around the world. Putin has committed an assault on the very principles that uphold the global peace. But now, the entire world sees clearly what Putin and his Kremlin allies are really all about. This was never about a genuine security concerns on their part. It was always about naked aggression, about Putin's desire for empire by any means necessary. by bullying Russia's neighbors through coercion and corruption, by changing borders by force, and ultimately by choosing a war without a cause. Putin's actions betray his sinister vision for the future of our world, one where nations take what they want by force. But it is a vision that the United States and freedom-loving nations everywhere will oppose with every tool of our considerable power. The United States and our allies and partners will emerge from this stronger, more united, more determined, and more purposeful. And Putin's aggression against Ukraine will end up costing Russia dearly, economically and strategically. We will make sure of that. Putin will be a pariah on the international stage. Any nation that countenances Russia's naked aggression against Ukraine will be stained by association. When the history of this era is written, Putin's choice to make a totally unjustifiable war on Ukraine will have left Russia weaker and the rest of the world stronger. Liberty, democracy, human dignity, these are the forces far more powerful than fear and oppression. They cannot be extinguished by tyrants like Putin and his armies. They cannot be erased by from people's hearts and hopes by any amount of violence and intimidation. They endure. In the contest between democracy and autocracy, between sovereignty and subjugation, make no mistake, freedom will prevail. God bless the people of a free and democratic Ukraine. May God protect our troops.
Mr. President.
Associated Press, Zeke.
Do you have any plans to speak with President Putin at this point? And what interactions have you had with the Russian government?
I heard the first part. Do I have any plans to speak with Putin at this point, and what?
What communications have you had with the Kremlin as far as military operations in Ukraine and making sure this does not spiral into a larger conflict?
Well, it's a large conflict already. The way we're going to ensure it's not going to aspire to a larger conflict is by providing all the forces needed in the Eastern European nations that are members of NATO. NATO is more united than it's ever been, and I have no plans to talk with Putin. Wall Street Journal, Tarina.
Mr. President, you didn't mention SWIFT in your sanctions that you announced. Is there a reason why the U.S. Isn't doing that? Is there a disagreement among allies regarding SWIFT and whether Russia should be allowed to be a part of it?
The sanctions that we've proposed on all their banks have of equal consequence, maybe more consequence than SWIFT, number one. Number two, it is always an option, but right now that's not the position that the rest of Europe wishes to take. Cecilia Vega, ABC.
Sir, sanctions clearly have not been enough to deter Vladimir Putin to this point. What is going to stop him? How and when does this end? And do you see him trying to go beyond Ukraine? And a second question I'll just give to you now. This statement that he gave last night, the threat that he gave, the West will face consequences greater than any you have faced in history. Is he threatening a nuclear strike?
I have no idea what he's threatening. I know what he has done, number one. And number two, no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. It has to show, this is going to take time, and we have to show resolve so he knows what's coming. And so the people of Russia know what he's brought on them. That's what this is all about. This is going to take time. It's not going to occur. He's going to say, oh my God, these sanctions are coming, I'm going to stand down. He's going to test the resolve of the West to see if we stay together, and we will. We will, and it will impose significant costs on him.
Will he go beyond Ukraine, sir? Do you see him going?
Yes.
Thank you. Two topics, just really quick. First, markets are down and gas prices are up. I know you always stress the difference between Wall Street and Main Street, but everybody seems to be in for some economic pain. How economically painful is it going to get for people in this country? And I do have one more question.
First of all, there's no doubt that when a major nuclear power attacks and invades another country, that the world is going to respond, and markets can respond all over the world. So there's no doubt about that, number one. Number two, The notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely as long as we continue to stay resolved in imposing the sanctions we're going to impose on Russia, period. What's the next question? I'm sorry.
The next question is, did you underestimate Putin, and would you still describe him the way that you did in the summer as a worthy adversary?
At the time, he was, I made it clear, as an adversary, and I said he was worthy. I didn't underestimate him. And I've read most of everything he's written. Did you read? I shouldn't. I'm not a wise guy. You heard the speech he made. Almost an hour's worth of speech is why he was going into Ukraine. He has much larger ambitions in Ukraine. He wants to, in fact, reestablish the former Soviet Union. That's what this is about. And I think that his ambitions are completely contrary to the place where the rest of the world has arrived.
And with his ambitions, you're confident that these devastating sanctions are going to be as devastating as Russian missiles and bullets and tanks?
Yes, Russian bullets, missiles, and tanks in Ukraine. Yes, I am.
Thank you, President Biden. If sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can?
I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him.
You've been talking about the threat of these sanctions for several weeks now.
Yes, but the threat of the sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of the sanctions are two different things. They're two different things. And we're now he's going to begin to see the effect of the sanctions.
And what will that do? How will that change his mindset here, given he's
because
attacking
it will so
Ukraine
weaken his country that he'll have to make a very, very difficult choice as to whether to continue to move toward being a second-rate power or, in fact, respond.
You said in recent weeks that big nations cannot bluff when it comes to something like this. You recently said that the idea of personally sanctioning President Putin was on the table. Is that a step that you're prepared to take? And if not,
it's not a bluff, it's on the table.
Sanctioning President Putin?
Yes.
Why not sanction him today, sir? Mr. President? Why not sanction him today, sir?
Mr. President, if I can, you detailed some severe and swift new sanctions today and said the impact it will have over time. But given the full-scale invasion, given that you're not pursuing disconnecting Russia from what's called SWIFT, the international banking system, or other sanctions at your disposal, respectfully, sir, what more are you waiting for?
Specifically, with the sanctions we've imposed exceed SWIFT. The sanctions we imposed exceed anything that's ever been done. The sanctions we imposed have generated two-thirds of the world joining us. They are profound sanctions. Let's have a conversation in another month or so to see if they're working. Yes.
Can I ask you about Zelensky? Sir, you spoke to Vladimir Zelensky yesterday, sir?
What's the risk that we are watching the beginning of another Cold War, and is there now a complete rupture in U.S. and Russian relations?
There is a complete rupture right now in U.S.-Russian relations if they continue on this path that they're on. And in terms of a Cold War, that depends. You have the vast majority of the rest of the world in total opposition to what he's doing, from Asia to South America to Europe to around the world. And so it's going to be a cold day for Russia. The idea, you don't see a whole lot of people coming to his defense.
And are you, if I could follow up, sir, are you urging China to help isolate Russia? Are you urging China to help isolate Russia?
I'm not prepared to comment on that at the moment. No. Yeah. No. He's had his hand up a long time.
Thank you, Mr. President. How concerned are you that Putin wants to go beyond Ukraine into other countries, and the U.S. will have to get involved if he moves into NATO countries?
Well, if he did move into NATO countries, he will be involved. We will be involved. The only thing that I'm convinced of is if we don't stop now, he'll be emboldened. If we don't move against him now with these significant sanctions, he will be emboldened. And look, well, anyway.
Can you talk anything more about your conversation? Mr. President.
Why not sanction Putin directly, sir? Why not sanction Putin directly today?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
Sir, India, which is a major defense partner of the United States,
is India fully with you on the issue of Ukraine and Russia?
Does the Defense Department of the United States?
So India is one of your major defense partners. Is India fully in sync with the United States on Russia?
We're in consultation with India today. We haven't resolved that completely.
One more question.
Okay, thank you all very much. Thank you.
a.m. Kiev time, the armed forces of Russian Federation launched a war against Ukraine. For the past 13 hours, my country is fighting simultaneous attacks from the east, south, north, and from the air. The Russian armed forces began to bomb the infrastructure on the territory of Ukraine, our airports, warehouses, facilities, and also civilian infrastructure. The missile and bombs stroked airfields in Boryspil, Ozerne, Kulbakino, Chuguyev, Kramatorsk, Chornobayevka, as well as other infrastructure of the military forces of Ukraine. Make no mistake, it's not a military operation or whatever it was called yesterday in Donetsk or Lugansk. It's a war against Ukraine. The aggressor carried out invasion in many directions, and the Russian aggression took place within the Lugansk, Chernihiv, Sumy, Kharkiv, Zhytomyr, Kherson, and Odessa regions. Heavy fighting is still taking place in Mariupol, Henichesk, Skadovsk, and Chaplinka. Artillery shelling in the areas and settlements continued along the state border and administrative boundary also of the temporarily occupied territory of Crimea. The aggressor state also used the territory of Belarus to launch an attack. They tried to cross the state border with tanks, armored personnel, and military vehicles, and 4 ballistic missiles have been launched towards Ukraine from the territory of Belarus. According to the latest data, they also attacked some of the hospitals. That was just the information that was out from the Ministry of Health. And they also made an attempt to seize the Chernobyl nuclear power station. And the fight is going right there with Ukrainian National Guard protecting the Chernobyl station from the attack. So for the first time since Chernobyl nuclear disaster, after which Ukraine has been protected together with our European and American friends and allies, all the world from another nuclear disaster, we have to defend it again from the Russian forces. Now, Ukraine has activated our right to self-defense in accordance with international law. The combat spirit of Ukrainian military is high. We are fighting, we will be fighting. We, not only our brave and motivated military, but all Ukrainians. We are protecting our home, and we will not stop. The President also speaks to all the leaders and all the leaders of the free world, and we call for everyone to form the anti-Putin coalition to stop Mr. Putin and stop this attack on Ukraine. We're very thankful to President Biden for the immediate statement, which came minutes after Putin's decision to go on this offensive. And we're also thankful to all other allies, to the European allies, to Great Britain, to President Macron, to Prime Minister Johnson, who issued statements in support of Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity. Ukraine already has severed diplomatic relations with Russia. We call on all of our friends and allies to do the same. We also call on international organizations to consider excluding Russia from membership for flagrant violations of international law. Now, we value all the support. We hear all the support. It's very important for us, but it's also time to act. And we call on international community to act immediately. Only our united steps can stop Vladimir Putin and Russian Federation from this attack on Ukraine, from this war, but also from attacking anyone else in the free world. So our partners should immediately enact a package of new sanctions, and we really hope these devastating sanctions will be appropriate for this moment, and Russia will clearly feel that they cannot wage war on an independent sovereign country, because the future of the world order depends on this. So what we ask all of our partners and friends to do now, first, massive sanctions for what Russia did to us in 2014, did to us for the past 8 years, and does now as they waged a full-scale war against Ukraine. Second, all the help our friends and allies can provide us with regard to the defensive capabilities. Our military and every Ukrainian is ready to defend our country. We need help in order to be able to defend our country. And third, humanitarian assistance, because the damages that Russia is inflicting on Ukraine right now are large, and of course the day-to-day life of ordinary people is at risk and is disrupted greatly. Now, I would want to finish my statement on saying that just before I came here, we got information from our chief commander that one of the platoons of the 74th Motorized Brigade from Kemerovska Oblast surrendered. Also noting that they didn't know that they were brought to Ukraine to kill Ukrainians, that they thought they were doing something else there. Again, Ukraine is defending our home. We will defend our home, and it's time for all free and democratic nations who value the principles and the territorial integrity and the right of any country for peace to stand together with us, but not only stand together with us, act together with us to stop the war in Europe. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to answer questions. We know that it's, again, Ukraine since 2008 announced our clear goal to be part of the European and Euro-Atlantic security system. We are extended opportunity partner with NATO, but we are not part of any of the alliances. So we do not expect anyone to fight for us, but we expect all the help and all the response the West can sent to us. At the same time, we are also requesting and would appreciate the peacekeeping operations from the peacekeeping-loving countries, and any support that we can get.
Ambassador, Dr. Line with NBC News. Could you elaborate on what you just said? Did you say that a Russian platoon has now surrendered to the Ukrainian military because they were under the impression they weren't going to be fighting Ukrainians? Are those Russian troops now being detained by Ukraine's military? Are they prisoners of war?
That's the information that we have received from, and it's official announcement from our commander, chief commander of the armed forces, that yes, they have surrendered.
You know how many?
And platoon. So I don't know the exact number, but you know.
Madam Ambassador, Olivia Gazis with CBS News. Intelligence indicates that the Russians have lists. They intend to decapitate the Ukrainian government, and they have lists of targeted individuals that they could assassinate or send to the camps. First, is President Zelensky going to stay in Kyiv at this moment? And second, what is the government doing to protect those people that they know the Russians have identified as targets?
Well, if you listen to President Putin's so-called speech before he announced war on Ukraine, and his speech when he recognized so-called DPR and LPR, it's clear to us that, again, it's not about Donetsk or Lugansk. It's not about some of us. It's essentially a declaration that we do not have right to exist. Now, we have existed long before Russia. We exist now, and we definitely will fight for our home. So all the planning and all the preparations are in place in Kyiv. Everyone is in Ukraine. All government, president, and others operate fully together with the diplomatic forces and our armed forces, and we all support them. Now, you know that yesterday our president announced the martial law, and the parliament supported it. So now all the focus of everything that we are doing in Ukraine is to defend our country.
Ambassador Jennifer Henser with CNN. Have you been briefed on who the U.S. will sanction and what the U.S. will sanction later today? And do you feel that will be enough to punish Russia for what they've done so far?
We expect the announcements soon from the U.S., but from all other friends and allies. We believe it has to be everything. We believe all financial institutions should be sanctioned. We believe Russia should be discontinued from SWIFT. We believe Russia should be discontinued from anything that democratic countries allowed them to be part of. We believe that the diplomatic ties should be severed with Russia. We believe that it's the moment when it's not okay for anyone who values peace to continue business as usual with Russia.
What if the U.S. doesn't go that far today? What is your message to the president if he doesn't take those actions?
Well, we are positive, given our strategic friendship and relations with the United States and the level of support that U.S. is with us in this fight.
Ambassador Dmitry said this off the Financial Times. Boris Johnson right now at the G7 is urging his colleagues to cut Russia off from SWIFT. Has the Biden administration given you any indication that they're really willing to go that far? And secondly, could you give us an update on what is the military situation around Kyiv at the moment in terms of how close the Russians are, what they're doing, and how far into the city they may be getting?
On the first question, again, we're talking to all of our friends and allies, and especially with the United States on the sanctions, and we're in close consultations, and we are looking forward to the announcement, which hopefully will be soon, and that the sanctions will be devastating. And now, yes, we believe and we strongly ask everyone to support the discontinuation of SWIFT, disconnecting Russia from SWIFT. On the second question on Kyiv. There is a public information from the chief commander that there has been attacks around Kyiv. I mean, Kyiv is fully in control. But yes, we do have, and we have also captured some of the, and two, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, as of now, helicopters has been shot, the Russian helicopters just outside of Kyiv. There is an ongoing fight in Hostomel airport. This is a civilian airport, by the way, that has been attacked also by Russians. But so the situation is very tense. The attack is ongoing in many areas, and we need all the support, all the additional support we can get from our friends and allies, especially with the defensive anti-air supplies.
The Ukrainian government, and what is the Ukrainian government doing in order to ensure it can continue governing the country?
Well, I can tell you about our plans. We intend to protect our country. We intend to continue fighting, and we intend to protect all the branches of power that we need to be operational in order to effectively defend our country. So I cannot tell you what is in Mr. Putin's mind, because I think until yesterday, even though we knew that there were preparations and even though this escalation started in April 2021, I don't think any normal person would believe that something like this, to this magnitude, will actually be carried out in the 21st century against independent country. So I don't know what the plans are, but I want to assure you that whatever those plans are, we will resist and we will fight and we will defend our country. Yes.
Liz Landers with Vice News. You talked about the humanitarian assistance that you are asking for right now. Can you speak to the humanitarian crisis that may ensue? Are you telling Ukrainians that they should stay in the country right now, that women and children who are pictured in subway stations taking shelter from bombs and explosions, should people stay in Ukraine or should they leave and go into other nearby countries in Europe right now?
We are doing everything that we can under these circumstances to defend our people. We ask people to be prepared, to stay calm, and we ask people to take shelter and act according to all the rules that have been in place in Kyiv, so in Ukraine. Again, as we do not know what is going to happen in the next hours, the main focus now for all of us should be how to stop this attack. It's not Ukraine that is adding to the risk of the situation. Russia is the only country that is solely responsible for what is going on. They have attacked us. They have put our civilians at risk right now, and we're doing everything possible to save every life in Ukraine, but also we're doing everything possible to defend our country. So again, as we have the right of self-defense, our chief commander also gave an order to do the maximum possible damage to the enemy as they are on our territory attacking us.
Can you give us an update? Is there a refugee situation right now, and are there estimates, are there numbers of how bad it may possibly be?
Well, of course, we know that we are trying to help all the people, especially in the areas where the largest combat is. So we're trying to assist the evacuation, especially for children and women, for the civilians, relocating them inside the country and helping in any way possible. And all the Ukrainian services that are activated also by the introduction of the marshal or are working day and night to assist all of them. But, you know, the main goal right now is to defend the country. The main goal is to stop the aggression. And while we are doing it, we are also trying to defend every man and woman and child in Ukraine.
Madam Ambassador, Jonathan Landing from Reuters, are you receiving real-time assistance from the United States and other NATO members in the form of intelligence, satellite overhead, battlefield maneuver advice, that kind of thing?
Well, in these times, let me not disclose the details, which we don't want our enemy to know. But I want to say that we're in very close cooperation, and we are working with the United States, but all of our strategic friends and allies.
Ambassador, could you respond to the baseless assertion from the Russian Federation that it's undergoing a denazification of the government in Kyiv?
This is absurd. In 2014, Ukraine has chosen a path again to democracy, and we, with the revolution of dignity, we said no to Mr. Yanukovych and his cronies, and we said no to his decision to actually stop our move into the European Union. And we said yes to our European future. So since 2014, Ukraine has been not only reforming itself, but preserving and developing a democracy in Ukraine. We are a country that now have our 6th president, and it's all during the same time that Russia has 1 president. So we are a democratic country. All of our friends and allies can attest that Ukraine is a very accepting community, that actually after the freedoms disappeared in Russia, all of the people, many of the people actually, starting from Radio Free Europe and others, found their home in Ukraine, and especially when they were first forced out from Russia and then forced out from Belarus. So I not only reject those claims, they are completely false, and I know that many people of different nationalities call Ukraine their home, and moreover, many people of different nationalities defend their home in Ukraine right now.
Madam Ambassador, what assurances have you gotten from the U.S. and other allies that military aid will continue, and is that aid complicated by the full-scale invasion?
Of course, it's more difficult than it was before, but it's possible, and that's why we call on all of our friends and allies not only to continue providing us with the military support, defensive support, but also increase it. We need it to defend our country.
Ambassador, how do you expect this to end?
With our victory.
How do you expect this to end? What is going to happen in Ukraine?
It will end with Ukraine winning this, because we are in our home. We are defending our home. We never attacked anyone. Ukraine is a very peaceful country. Even though Russia attacked us in 2014, even though Russia illegally annexed and occupied Crimea and also occupied some parts of Donetsk and Lugansk Oblast, which she occupied them in 2014, and she recently recognized them as the so-called republics. Even though we have all the legal rights to our Crimea and our Donetsk and Lugansk, we never attempted and never started and never intended to return them by military means. And we never planned any military advances there. We always focused only on the diplomatic and political diplomatic solutions. That's why we were so set on making all of the formats, whether we like them or not. But Normandy, Minsk Accords, and all others, we worked day and night in order to find a diplomatic solution. And I would like to remind you that last year, Ukraine has started a Crimean platform, which the inaugural meeting of that Crimea platform was convened when Ukraine celebrated our 30th anniversary of independence in Kyiv, and 46 countries actually joined the Crimea platform. And that was a venue and plan how we were going, again, through only peaceful diplomatic measures to restore the territorial integrity of Ukraine. So just to answer this, we were peaceful, we never attacked anyone. It's Russia that attacked us totally unprovoked, and it's a gross violation of international law. Thank you.
Where is President Zelensky? Is he still in Ukraine?
Of course. Our president is in Ukraine, and he leads our nation as we now defend our home. I will not answer this question, but of course he is in Ukraine.
There were estimates, Madam Ambassador, that the capital could fall between 48 and 72 hours after a full-scale Russian invasion. Are you confident the capital will hold?
Well, I am positive that we will be able to defend our country if all of our friends and allies will act together with us now. Act on sanctions, act on additional support, and act on all of the assistance that our friends and allies can provide us with. We will defend our country, and we will resist.
Madam Ambassador, do you think if the U.S. had imposed stronger sanctions earlier, it could have deterred Putin?
Well, we are where we are, right? So let's focus on the sanctions that the United States and other countries will impose right now. This is what matters. I think, the message we all together and the acts, the actual deeds that we all together will do now is what matters.
You mentioned the two Russian helicopters that had been shot down, and you mentioned the Platoon that reportedly surrendered. Can you give us an idea of whether the level of casualties on the Ukrainian side?
Yes, we have. Let me see whether I have the up-to-date information. Maybe my general has. My information is not really up-to-date here. I know that as of this morning, we had 40 Ukrainian servicemen and dozens of civilians killed. And we had several dozens of Ukrainians also wounded. But again, I do not have the up-to-date information right now. But, all I can say that we will defend our country and we are not scared.
But also 7 aircraft.
Yes. And 2 helicopters and 7 aircraft. That's the casualties right now on the Russian side. And several trucks, from what I remember. Yes.
President Biden is expected to address the nation soon. Is there anything specific you want to hear from him for you, for the Ukrainian people in this moment?
Well, we have heard already, right after the attack started, a very strong message from President Biden. He reacted right away. So right now we are working together and we are looking forward to the statements of the actions that we will all take together in sanctions, in additional support, and in everything else. So we look forward to the statement. And again, we would like to ask all of our friends and allies right now to act together with Ukraine and to help us to defend ourselves. Thank you. Thank you very much, and I would be happy to see you again or send you more information as situation evolves. Please pray for Ukraine. We all pray for Ukraine, but we also demand justice for our country. Thank you.
Can you clarify the 2 helicopters and 7 aircraft? Did you say they were Russian?
Yes.
Yes.
refugees as they come out of Ukraine. But we've got to make sure that we do everything we can to stabilize the Ukrainian economy, to support the government and as far as we possibly can. And that's why yesterday, on Tuesday I should say, I announced the $500 million extra package of development aid on top of the £100 million we've already given. Other countries, our friends and allies, are working with us to do much more.
Jeremy.
Does the Prime Minister agree that the international order as envisaged in the Atlantic Charter of 1941 has been the most successful in the history of freedom and democracy? And as one of the architects of that order, we have a special responsibility to defend it. And whilst today's sanctions are extremely welcome, it cannot just be economic measures. We need a fundamental review of our military capability, including revisiting the integrated review, whose assumptions may now be out of date.
Mr. Speaker, the integrated review begins with the assertion that the most important area for our national security is the Euro-Atlantic area, as I believe I said to the honourable gentleman opposite on Tuesday, and that remains fundamental, and that's why we've continued with the investment that we have in NATO. We're the second biggest funder of NATO, as the honourable gentleman knows. But he's my right honourable friend knows. But he's right in what he says about what's at stake. This is about the whole idea of that wonderful thing that was so inspiring when some of us were young, of a Europe whole and free, that fantastic revolution that happened in 1989 and 1990 when communism fell, Mr. Speaker. It was a great moment for humanity, and we mustn't allow it to slip through our fingers.
Clive Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to say, on behalf of the people of Norwich, that we show our solidarity with the people of Ukraine. But warm words will not defend the Ukrainian people. I've been speaking to people who have been liaising with Ukrainian trade unions, people who've been fighting privatisation and wage cuts. But they say one thing, that they will not run from their homes. They will defend their families. Those people need to be able to defend themselves. So I support the Prime Minister's assertion that we will be providing more defensive capabilities for that end. But let me say one thing, Prime Minister and Mr. Speaker. Will you agree, Prime Minister, that we must have an end to this by a negotiated settlement and not by an escalation of military means?
Mr. Speaker, I think the whole House, everybody in the world would want President Putin to have chosen the path of negotiation. He had that moment, and that's why, if you remember, we had that discussion in this House on Tuesday about that perilous moment which we all discussed. He had that opportunity. I'm afraid he's missed it. He's chosen the path of overwhelming violence and destruction, and I'm afraid that puts us on a very, very different course, and we have to accept that reality.
David Davis.
Everybody will wholeheartedly support the Prime Minister's sanctions, hopefully against all 140 Russian oligarchs that support Putin and against all the major banks. The Prime Minister also described the Russian state as a pariah state. And he's right, because they have broken international criminal law on a major scale. Can we actually implement our view of the pariah state by ensuring that everybody involved in that decision, if they leave Russia to go abroad, face international criminal sanctions wherever they go?
Good point. I thank my right honourable friend, and that is exactly what we can now do, thanks to the measures that this House has passed.
Neil Hamby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This morning we woke to the worst possible news, and I make no apology in hoping for a diplomatic solution. However, my party and I condemn the escalating Russian aggression. This is a fluid and developing situation, but we are now in uncharted territory. I can update the House that whilst there have been calls in this place for Alex Salmond to cease broadcasting on Russia Today, negotiations have obviously been happening in the background, and I can confirm that he has suspended broadcasting on Russia Today. But we must prepare We must prepare for the worst. And I would ask the Prime Minister what strategy is he bringing forward to increase the capacity of North Sea oil and gas so that we can support ourselves and EU member states and protect our people from a further increase in the cost of living.
Mr. Speaker, I must say I disagree profoundly with what he has had to say about negotiating now. I don't think that option is open to us. We must do our best to support and protect the people of Ukraine and working with our international friends and allies to constrict what Vladimir Putin can do. And on his point about Russia today, Mr. Speaker, I simply observe that the former leader of the Scottish Nationalist Party is his leader. Sorry, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. His leader. I understand the pleas he entered in defence and mitigation. They don't seem to cut much ice with me.
Sir Graham Brady.
I wasn't standing.
Steve Crabb is the name.
Mr. Speaker, I strongly welcome the further set of sanctions announced by the Prime Minister this evening, and we look forward to further steps being taken in the days ahead and not being held back by perhaps some of the slower moving members of the alliance in Europe. But does the Prime Minister agree with me that if sanctions are really to bite on Putin and his gangster government, then inevitably it will mean cost and inconvenience to UK economic interests, but that cost and inconvenience will be of as nothing compared to what the people of Ukraine are going through, and we stand with them this evening.
Yes, I'm afraid my honourable friend is right. It will mean cost. It will mean inconvenience. It will mean difficulty for us in the UK. But that will be a price worth paying, Mr. Speaker, for defeating the objectives of Vladimir Putin and showing that aggression does not pay.
Dame Diana Johnson.
Could I just follow up on the question from the Honourable Member for the Isle of Wight about the Combating Kleptocracy cell in the National Crime Agency, and just seek from the Prime Minister a view whether additional powers will be required for the National Crime Agency and additional resources for them to do their work.
I thank her very much. They will, of course, they have plenty of existing statute, but the additional powers that they will have, amongst other things, will be the ability to peel back the facade of ownership, which I think will be extremely valuable.
Jonathan Ginocchia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Whilst this terrible, appalling incident is, of course, directly the cause of Russia, I think it's appropriate that we also recognise that over the last 14 years, the UK, the EU, the US collectively have not been attentive to Russia in the way that we should. Can my right honourable friend now say that whatever happened in the past, moving forward, we are not going to let Russia fall between our fingers again?
Mr. Speaker, I think the lesson of 2014 is that the whole of the West failed to respond in the way that we should. And when a sovereign country was invaded and part of that country was occupied, I'm afraid it was quite wrong that we tried to manage the situation with the various diplomatic processes that we did, which in the end produced absolutely nothing except finally this catastrophic invasion today. We have to learn a bitter lesson, Mr. Speaker, about how to deal with Vladimir Putin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I agree with the Prime Minister that it seems like the curtain has now come down on that era that began in 1989, and we've lived in an era of change since then. This now feels like a change of era. In this new era, the permissive environment that we created for the Kremlin's quartermasters to live, to invest, and to party in London, sometimes with the Prime Minister himself, that must now come to an end. So let me ask the Prime Minister this. Will he undertake to ensure that every visa issued to a Russian dual national is now reviewed, and where proximity to President Putin is proven, that citizenship should be stripped away.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we are doing that, though I think it is, I just think it's worth the House remembering the point that I made the other day. Not every Russian is a bad person, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I welcome the package of sanctions the Prime Minister has set out? And whilst I understand why it's not been possible to suspend Russia from the SWIFT payment system at this stage, can I ask what work we're doing with our European allies to offer them reassurance so that eventually we can get to a position when they can be suspended, because that is by far and away the biggest thing that will isolate the Russian economy.
My honourable friend is spot on. The biggest thing would be if everybody stopped taking Russian hydrocarbons. But SWIFT is extremely important, and it's a Belgian company, as I'm sure the House knows. We're raising it. We're trying to make progress with our friends, but for obvious reasons, it has to be done in unison.
Sir MacDonald.
I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker. This morning I spoke with friends in Kyiv who were leaving the country with their family, their children, and we've all seen the scenes from the capital of Kars trying to get out. So I send my deepest thanks to the embassy team there who are doing all they can to support people. But can I ask the Prime Minister about two areas of support for Ukraine: economic support and continuing support for defensive capability? Will both of those areas of support intensify, and can he assure the House, I see the Foreign Secretary telling me so, but can he assure the House that the government will continue the deepest possible conversations with the government in Ukraine to ensure that no matter the assault that comes to it from Vladimir Putin, we will be supporting them in a deeply meaningful sense?
Yes, on that last point, the answer is certainly yes, Mr. Speaker. And just for instance, the other day I was looking at two British minesweepers being refitted in Rosyth, as I'm sure he knows, which are due to go to Ukraine. The question will be access, Mr. Speaker. That's what it all depends on.
Sir Robert Butland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's crystal clear from this act of naked aggression that Putin doesn't seek Finlandisation on his borders. He seeks at best to recreate a Belarus in the south, or at worst to dismember the sovereign state of Ukraine. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that that does mean that we need to build upon the outcome of our integrated defence review? We do need to think differently about Eastern Europe from the past. And then at home, with his announcement on bringing forward economic crime measures, it seems that there is a consensus in this House that could allow us to bring forward emergency legislation to bring those important measures to really hit those people hard and hit them now.
Speaker, I think that is clearly the will of the House, and it is the will of the government, and that's why we'll be taking those important measures, bringing them forward on Monday.
Shanara Ali.
Mr. Speaker, my thoughts are with the Ukrainian people at this time. And while I welcome the sanctions the Prime Minister's announced today, can he update the House on whether he plans to sanction the major state-owned Russian banks such as Bank and Gazprom Bank, and the non-state bank Alpha Bank? Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
David Mundell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Ukrainian POW chapel at Lockerbie in my constituency is a focal point for the Ukrainian diaspora in Scotland, and prayers are being said there for their fellow countrymen. But what Ukrainians in the UK have identified, being grateful for the military support that has already been forthcoming, is that there is an immediate need for medical battlefield supplies, for warm clothing for troops, and for camouflage gear. And can my right honourable friend, the Prime Minister, assure the House that they will be forthcoming?
I thank my right honourable friend very much. He raises a very important issue, and we are working on exactly those supplies right now.
Van Jones.
I thank the Prime Minister for his statement and very much welcome the sanctions that he's announced today. But can he give an assurance that the sanctions that are going to target individuals will also target relatives and connected parties? And like the Honourable Right Member for Swindon,
He mentioned the Economic Crime Bill. We've got the review of the Official Secrets Act and the Foreign Registration Act. Why can't we bring them forward and do them now? They would get huge support, and we've been waiting for some of these for nearly 2 years.
Mr. Speaker, I can tell him that we will certainly be making sure that we are able to sanction and do sanction relatives and other interested parties, and there'll be a rolling programme of intensifying sanctions.
Crispin Blunt.
Having been one of the officials that accompanied the then Defence Secretary to both Moscow and Kiev in 1993, I'm in no doubt that the signatories of the United States and the United Kingdom on the Budapest Memorandum gave Ukraine the confidence to give up its nuclear deterrent. Will my right honourable friend support the United States to whatever extent it is prepared to go to stand alongside the United States in giving whatever military support it's prepared to do so to Ukraine?
My right honourable friend is absolutely right to remind the House of the 1994 Budapest Memorandum, which had exactly that effect and created exactly that obligation on us as one of the signatories.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister will be aware that we are on this side of the House very keen on these sanctions. Although, does he share with me the worry that the record of driving out dictators and demagogues with these sanctions isn't always that successful? Does he share my concern that if we've read what Putin has been saying these last few hours, here's a man that might not stop at Ukraine. He might go into a NATO country, and are we playing that scenario because many of us think that might be the next step?
The right honourable gentleman is absolutely right to raise that appalling possibility, and it is vital that we reaffirm again that under Article 5 of the NATO Treaty we stand foursquare behind every one of our NATO allies and will come to their defence.
Ian Duncan Smith.
Speaker, can I say to my right honourable friend that with Ukrainian men and women dying to fight against the Russians for their freedom today, those who are calling for negotiation at this point can only please that rambling wreck of a neo-Nazi sitting in the Kremlin, and they should be shunned. Secondly, can I just say to my honourable friend, today the ambassador from Ukraine asked desperately whether NATO would look at a no-fly zone. I know it's a difficult choice, but could my right honourable friend step to the dispatch box and make it clear that in this particular case, he rules nothing out?
Mr. Speaker, I know that my right honourable friend is a great military expert, and he will understand. And I understand the attractions of the no-fly zone. I remember the no-fly zone that was created in 1991, as I recall, in northern Iraq. The situation here is very different. We would face the risk of having to shoot down Russian planes, Mr. Speaker, and that is something that I think the House would want to contemplate with caution.
Lord Russell Moyle.
Speaker, in locking out Russian state money, I hope the Prime Minister can give me a reassurance that that will include our overseas territories and dependencies that must be included in this. And I note that there are, Mr. Speaker, protests in a number of Russian cities across Russia at the moment, and celebrities in Russia have been speaking out. I do hope that we will be offering all the support that we can to those people who are likely to be shunned by the fascist imperialist Putin regime.
Yes, and can I say, Mr. Speaker, that one of the reasons why I want to keep our fantastic British Embassy staff in Moscow, even though the temptation is there simply to sunder diplomatic relations with Putin, I want to keep them there to support groups such as the ones he mentions.
Bob Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've given evidence for war crimes trials. It was genocide and crimes against humanity the people were charged with. Could I ask my right honourable friend and the House to agree with me that any Russian who kills a Ukrainian must remember that one day they may well be brought to court for crimes against humanity or genocide?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and not just any Russian combatant, Mr. Speaker, but anyone who sends a Russian into battle to kill innocent Ukrainians.
Bill Esterson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. President Zelensky has called for the toughest possible sanctions. For them to be the toughest possible, that must mean immediate. So in his statement, he talked about in the next session for the economic measures, including on Companies House and on the Register of Overseas Property Ownership. But in answer to the Right Honourable Member for Swindon, he said something about bringing forward on Monday. Which of these is it? And if it is Monday, will it have the same effect as is required for that immediate action?
We'll be bringing it forward on Monday, Mr. Speaker, and we want to have, I'm grateful for the support of the opposition, we want immediately to start cracking down on these individuals.
Jesse Norman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The whole House will welcome the enhanced package of sanctions that the Prime Minister has announced today. But can I raise the question of football, much beloved to Russian hearts, and in particular issues of ownership, of property and of shareholdings, and of the future participation of Russian clubs in international matches?
He's right. My right honourable friend is completely right. The Russians attach a great deal of sentimental importance to football, and they hope to have the UEFA Championship final in St. Petersburg. I cannot for the life of me see how that can currently go ahead.
Liz Saville-Roberts.
Putin's war on Ukraine is brutal, illegal and a calculated attack on peace and stability in Europe. Plaid Cymru fully supports the actions and sanctions announced today. Putin, his cronies and their personal fortunes must pay for their actions. On a visit to Ukraine, Plaid Cymru leaders spoke to Ukrainian soldiers, government officials and organisations, admiring Ukrainian people for their strength and their resilience, and they are now in harm's way. With Poland organising medical assistance and Slovakia opening its borders to refugees, will his government mobilise and resource a global effort to support and aid people fleeing this horrific conflict?
Again, Mr. Speaker, I thank her very much for her support and her resolve, and I want to assure her that we're of course working with our international friends to prepare for a humanitarian crisis.
Deanna Davison.
Speaker, earlier this afternoon I had the opportunity to speak to on a Zoom call with a number of Ukrainian MPs who were all calling for additional support. One of the key things they were discussing is concerns that their communications networks may get shut down. So can I urge the Prime Minister to ensure we're doing all we can to provide things like satellite phones to make sure they can still communicate, not just internally, but with us here in the UK too?
Mr. Speaker, she's absolutely right. The my honourable friend is absolutely right. There is a threat to communications already, and we're observing it in the contacts that we're having with people in Ukraine. Satellite phones certainly are an option, and we'll be looking at that.
Sarah Owen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We've rightly heard a lot about tougher trade sanctions today, but nothing about ridding Russian state influence from our democracy. Will the Prime Minister commit to investigating all political donations received from people with links to Putin? And will his government finally bring forward measures to clean up the corrupt Russian money that for far too long has been laundered in the UK?
So, Mr. Speaker, all political donations are properly registered and monitored, and I can tell her that we are putting forward and progressively over the last few days and weeks and today the biggest ever package to crack down on dirty Russian money, not just from Russia but from anywhere.
Steve Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome these sanctions today. My right honourable friend has been crystal clear that all Europe needs to end dependence on Russian oil and gas. Could he tell us a little bit more about how he intends to see that comes to pass?
Thank you. I thank my right honourable friend. The key thing is to get people, first of all, to recognise the scale of their dependency, as in any addiction. That's what we're doing, and the UK government's been making that point the whole time to our friends, because it's got worse since 2014. But what we're also doing is helping countries, for instance in the Baltic states, to go further and faster with renewable technology.
Daniel Zeitner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think everyone knows that the Ukraine is a major producer of grain, and unfortunately, because of these awful events, there are likely to be consequences for many countries, including our own. Could I ask the Prime Minister to look again at our food security proposals and make sure that we are secure ourselves and not reliant so much as we have been in the past?
Yeah, he's absolutely right, and food security is an important consideration. And one of the many things that our fantastic Ukrainian community have done in the last few years is help us in that very sector.
Andrew Bridgen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that Western Europe's ongoing reliance on Russian oil and gas has been a major factor in emboldening President Putin in the mistaken belief that he can invade his peaceful neighbour with relative impunity? And in the UK, shouldn't we refocus our energy policy on maximising the use of our own natural resources, looking again at fracking while we invest in low-carbon alternatives?
Yes, the honourable gentleman is totally right. My honourable friend is totally right when he talks about the excessive dependence on hydrocarbons. We're moving away from it in this country. I do think there is a merit, and I think he and I might be in agreement on this. There is a merit in a transitional phase in continuing with the use of hydrocarbons in this country rather than pointlessly importing them from abroad.
Emma Lewell-Butt.
Mr. Speaker, Putin's imperial bloodlust won't stop at Ukraine. We're rightly focused on sanctions, military and humanitarian support, and our commitment to Ukrainian freedom. But the Prime Minister knows there's been a phenomenal increase in Russian submarine activity over the last 20 years. Our undersea cables carry more than 95% of all Western military, diplomatic, commercial, financial and personal communications. The consequences of these cables being weaponised is terrifying. Can he assure me that countering this threat is part of our ongoing dialogue with allies?
She's absolutely right, and that there is a continual struggle going on beneath the surface of the sea, as she knows, between submarines that are out to sever cables and those of us who are trying to make sure that those links are maintained.
Sir Charles Walker.
Mr. Speaker, following on from my right honourable and gallant friend's question about war crimes, I suspect those crimes are already being committed by Russian soldiers against their Slavic brothers and sisters. Can the Prime Minister join with his NATO heads of state setting
of this House who's asking for a negotiated settlement needs to go and speak to them, because all they want is to live their lives as free and peaceful people. Will the Prime Minister confirm to the people of Ukraine that he will do everything he can to end the tyranny of Putin, and that he will do everything he can to make sure that they live as a peaceful and free people?
Yes, I certainly can confirm that, Mr. Speaker. And what I can also say is that I believe by making this invasion, I think that President Putin has done more than anybody else to bring his regime to an end. Because I think in the end he will pay a huge price for what he has done, and I know that this House will want to make it so.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I welcome and support the measures outlined by the Prime Minister today? Putin is a gangster and a despot who has been trying to undermine and subvert democracy across the world for years. One of the tools that he uses is through political donations to political parties, including in this country. Will the Prime Minister commit today to ridding the democracy in London from ridding Russian money out of democracy in this country?
Yes, of course, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Poland today triggered Article 4 of the North Atlantic Treaty, and I think I heard that we are going to be joining in those discussions. But can my right honourable friend assure our NATO allies in Eastern Europe that we stand firmly with them, particularly the Baltic states that have significant Russian populations?
I thank you very much. She's completely right, and that's why one of the first things we did was to strengthen our presence in Estonia in the way that I've described, and our Canadian friends are strengthening their presence in Latvia, and we will make sure that we give the Baltic states in particular, who seceded from the Soviet Union, who became free and independent at that amazing moment, give them all the security that they deserve.
Debbie Abrahams.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's overwhelming evidence that Russian state actors have been involved in trying to disrupt and destabilise Western democracies using social media platforms such as Facebook. So what is the government doing to ensure that this isn't used in these events?
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I think in an answer a couple of days ago, we've got no evidence of disruption of UK elections or electoral events as a result of Russian activity. But the Online Harms Bill is there to provide such protections.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I thank my right honourable friend for his statement, and indeed thank the Leader of Her Majesty's Opposition for his supportive and moving words. But can I also reinforce the point made by my honourable friend for Huntingdon? Why has it come to this pass? How has the West in general, and the United Kingdom in particular, been so asleep at the switch for such a long period of time? And I commend the Defence and Security Review, but isn't it now time to ask what the permanent and impartial machinery of our government does, failing to provide ministers with consistent advice about the strategic threats that our country faces?
Mr. Speaker, I think there are all sorts of reasons for the failure of the West to take sufficient account of the threat of Vladimir Putin since 2014, but the two biggest are oil and gas.
Nick Smith.
Mr. Speaker, with cyber attacks and falsehoods, Russia is peddling lies today. Now, observers on the ground are crucial to relay the truth. Now, in recent weeks, the UK has withdrawn its team from the OSCE Special Monitoring Mission because staff safety is key. But can the Prime Minister look again to support international efforts like this to get to the facts and counter Russian disinformation?
I thank the MMR teams. They're wonderful. I've met them, and they do a fantastic job. I'm sorry that they've had to be withdrawn for the duty of care reasons that he rightly alludes to, and we will keep it under constant review.
Liam Fox.
The 1994 Budapest Memorandum saw Ukraine give up its nuclear weapons in return for a security guarantee not only signed by Britain and the United States but by Russia. Does my right honourable friend believe that Ukraine would have been invaded had it retained its nuclear weapons? And what does it say about the value of a Russian signature on any international agreement?
Well, it's clear that President Putin sets no store by international law, whatever, and that is just one of the legal obligations that he has torn up.
Kirsty Black.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, we awoke this morning to images of innocent families cowering in tube stations. We know the Putin regime's propensity for repression and tyranny, particularly when it comes to minorities. Will the Prime Minister ensure that humanitarian aid is delivered not just in concert with other international partners, but also with third sector organisations?
Yes, of course. The third sector plays an invaluable role.
Graham Stewart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I welcome the Prime Minister's statement and his specifically ruling out the threat of creeping normalisation, because this House should be under no doubt that Putin is well prepared. He has hundreds of billions of foreign currency reserves. He has a military that has been tested. And will the Prime Minister do everything he can to convert the current intent into frameworks that cement our intent over time, because he is betting on the fact that it won't be?
My honourable friend is absolutely right, because the plan that the G7 have agreed on and our friends and partners have agreed on is that Putin must fail. Putin must not succeed in this venture. But we've got to put in place all the steps we need to take, diplomatically, economically, and yes, militarily, in order to ensure that that is the case, and that's what we're doing.
Very good.
The Prime Minister is right to have set out the most stringent possible set of sanctions against the government of Russia. Can he outline for the House what the implications will also be for cooperation at the International Space Station?
I thank him. I thank him very much. We will have to see what further downstream effects there are on collaboration of all kinds. I must say that hitherto I have been broadly in favour of continuing artistic and scientific collaboration, but in the current circumstances, it's hard to see how even those can continue as normal.
Sir John Hayes.
Speaker, the mix of practice and principle is the test of democratic politics, exemplified at its best when this House comes together in common cause. The test of leadership is the mix of vision and will, and the Prime Minister is to be commended for his willful, clear-sighted determination. So will he now reassure the House that he's in close touch with those countries close to Ukraine, where nerves will be frayed, and that will he send them an urgent message that this House and this nation will always stand alongside and behind free nations?
He is, the right honourable gentleman, as so often, is precisely right, and that's why, together with my right honourable friends, the Defence Secretary, the Foreign Secretary, we've been visiting Poland, Romania, the Balts, all those who are now feeling such deep unease at what is happening.
Alistair Carmage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As we speak, the Softcom flot tanker NS Challenger is berthed at Sullombo in Shetland, taking on a load of crude oil for export. Softcom flot, as the Prime Minister may know, is a company owned and operated by the Russian government. My constituents, Mr. Speaker, are asking me why they should be loading oil onto a Russian tanker while Russian troops are marching into the Ukraine. I cannot think of any good answer to give them. So can the Prime Minister tell me, will anything that he has announced today ensure that that will not happen again in the future?
Well, I can tell him, thank him very much, and I will of course immediately investigate what is happening with the Softcom flot oil tanker. But the result of the measures that the House passed the other day is that we can now target any entity, any company that has any relation with the Russian state. So we have that power.
Tim Bolton.
Speaker, tyrants and megalomaniacs invade countries because they think they can get away with it. And the way to deal with bullies is to stand up with them. So I'm sure he will acknowledge that the way the West responds to this aggression will have repercussions not just for Russia and Ukraine, but for other bullies like China as well. And will he be mindful of the need to show support to Russia's smaller southerly neighbours, especially Georgia and Armenia, who feel particularly vulnerable at this time?
Yes, I thank him. He's right, because the read across, the knock on is obvious for Georgia and Armenia. What he proposes to create, Putin, is a new sphere of influence, a new Yalta, in which those countries come behind his new Iron Curtain.
Stephen Wakeford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a member of this House with Ukrainian heritage, this issue particularly troubles me. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for his tone of his statement and the resolute and swift action that he's proposing in tackling Russia, but the resolute and swift support he's offering to the people of Ukraine. During his speech, he also highlighted the issues of the cost of living and the rise of fuel prices. Could he also touch on what further action the government will take in order to address that issue?
I thank him very much, and I think he's quite right, because I think people across the country will be thinking about the effect on us all of the increase in the price of oil and gas as a result of a war in Ukraine. We will continue to do everything we can to help people to abate the cost, to support people through councils, through all the funds that we're giving, the reduction in council tax, Mr. Speaker. But the best thing that we can do is ensure that people are in good, well-paying jobs, and that is in that we are certainly succeeding. But in the medium and the long term, we've got to have more self-reliance in this country on our own energy supplies, and that is what this government is also committed to building.
Geoffrey Clifton-Brown.
Mr. Speaker, one of the most important economic sanctions we can take against Russia is by freezing its sovereign debt. Will my right honourable friend confirm that the bill proposed on Monday on economic crime will include powers to do so?
Mr. Speaker, we're taking the most powerful measures against Russia and the Russian economy that have ever been taken. I think probably the most powerful ever taken by any country, and Russia will no longer be able to raise any sovereign debt on UK markets.
Olivia Blake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Prime Minister what support we will be providing Ukrainian citizens settled in the UK who wish to reunite with their family members still residing in Ukraine. Many have watched their cities rapidly get caught up in this conflict and are keen to know what more we could be doing to support them to reunite their families.
Mr. Speaker, we will make sure that we support Ukrainian nationals who need to leave to visit to come to this country to meet their relatives. Of course, we'll do that.
Matt Popham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud the Prime Minister in this country are leading international support for our friends in Ukraine. Domestically, will the Prime Minister be providing more support for organisations such as our NHS, public sector organisations and businesses that will now be the subject of Russian cyber attacks?
He's right to point to this risk, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's foresighted. We're investing massively in cyber protection. I think another £2.6 billion we're putting in. I think in the last few years we've tackled more than 3,000 cyber attacks. It is a risk. It's a risk that I'm afraid we must run in the cause of freedom.
Matt Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to offer my wholehearted support for much tougher sanctions against President Putin and his dreadful regime. Mr. Speaker, as the honourable gentleman from Lockerbie mentioned earlier, there are many historic Ukrainian communities in Great Britain and Northern Ireland, and indeed I would like to commend the work of the Reading Ukrainian Centre. I would like to ask the Prime Minister what additional support can the government give to these very valuable community groups and centres around the country who offer such support to families, friends, relatives, both in the UK and in the Ukraine.
I think, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the most important thing we can do for the Ukrainian community in this country is thank them, recognise them for everything that they've done for us in the last decades. They've been an amazing addition to the UK economy, to our cultural and artistic life.
John Barron.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House is united in its condemnation, but I suggest to the Prime Minister that the lessons to be addressed from this affair started with the invasion of Georgia, Russia's invasion of Georgia in 2008 and not 2014. And given, many of us across the House have been warning about Russia, and yet the response has been weak. Does the Prime Minister accept that as we enter the battle for democracy globally, we have got to understand that the sooner you square up to the playground bully, the better, and that we adequately support our hard and soft power to do that?
Yes. Yes, he is quite right, and I know that by soft power he's thinking also of the British Council, which can have such a wonderful beneficial effect across Russia, and I've seen its work across Russia. But Mr. Speaker, he's right about standing up to the playground bully. We should have done it ages ago. I think the scales have fallen from the eyes of many of our friends and partners.
Philippa Whitford.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. In an earlier response, the Prime Minister suggested that this country would welcome people who were reuniting with family here. I have a constituent who's Ukrainian, but a British citizen who's trying to bring her mother from Ukraine, but being turned down because she is over 18. Her mother is on her own, has no family, so naturally she's frightened. So will we see a change in the Home Office to enable British citizens who are Ukrainian to bring their vulnerable family here?
Yes, I thank her very much. I think I read out a helpline number in the House on Tuesday. I don't have it again. There is a number both in Lviv and in this country. But if she could do me the favour and send me the details, well, I'll take them up.
Richard Drax.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I commend my honourable friend and his ministers for the firm stance they're taking? None of us know where or what Mr. Putin's longer-term aims are. If Ukraine falls, and I fear it might, his covetous eye might land on the Baltic states and other vulnerable countries. Can my right honourable friend reassure NATO members that if one Russian boot lands on NATO soil, military force will be met by military force.
Yes, and what is so encouraging, Mr. Speaker, is that the whole House understands the vital importance of that Article 5 guarantee that we make to every one of the 30 members of NATO.
Tony Lloyd. Sir Tony.
The Prime Minister quite rightly pits this as being a battle between the party of war and those who support international law. There is only one lawful government in Ukraine. That's the government of President Zelensky. If they are forced to move, forced possibly into exile in the short run or the longer run, will the Prime Minister state very clearly that we will make sure they can be a functional and effective government wherever they operate from?
It's a very important point that he raises. I'm grateful, and that's why in our discussions with President Zelensky we are seeing what we can do to give them the practical support that they need to continue.
Robert Jenny.
The City of London is a global asset whose enduring success doesn't rest on dirty money. It rests on a commitment to excellence and on the adherence with the rule of law. So it's right that we now use that as a way to show global leadership. Can I encourage my right honourable friend to sanction all of the remaining Russian banks, to sanction the executives associated with them, and I notice that many are resigning today, to publish a further list of individuals, resident in this country or otherwise, to be sanctioned, and to redouble his excellent efforts to suspend Russia from SWIFT as the single most effective immediate step that the West could do to put pressure on Vladimir Putin.
I thank him very much. I thank him particularly for his important testimonial to the City of London, whose work should not be sullied, Mr. Speaker, by association with ill-gotten Russian money. But the programme that he set out for sanctions is exactly the right one, and the one the government is following.
Mike Kane.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Returning hate for hate multiplies hate, adding deeper darkness to a night already devoid of stars. Will the Prime Minister reiterate that our quarrel is not with the Russian people? It is with their leader, Vladimir Putin, and he has committed a very, very grave error.
He is so right, and I know that is what the House thinks. We admire the Russian people. Our links to the Russian people go back to the time when we stood shoulder to shoulder to fight fascism with the Russian people. Russia's contribution to culture, to art, to literature is to music unparalleled. It is an extraordinary country, and nothing that we do or say should obscure that.
Shreberley.
Winston Churchill created the Council of Europe as a bastion against fascism and communism. And since the fall of communism, Russia has set great importance by its membership as a fig leaf of respectability. Every time our Conservative group has tried to get them expelled, we've been foiled by Russian gold. Will the Prime Minister now instruct his ambassador on the Council of Europe to move for the immediate expulsion of Russia from the Council of Europe so there is no place for gangsters in the halls of civilized nations?
Yes, I think eloquently put, Mr. Speaker, and he's dead right. And I think that my honourable friend for Henley made the point the other day, and I certainly, who's on the Council of Europe, I certainly agree with that.
Garrett Davis.
Mr. Speaker, so many Russians today see the attack on Ukraine as they would see an attack of their father on their mother, because there's such intimate family relationships between these two groups. And today, thousands of Russians are protesting in cities against their domestic law, against this awful war. Will he provide them with his support? Will he amplify their support to help reduce the support, any support there is for this ridiculous war, and also provide sanction and safe haven for people, refugees, including troops who may want to re-engage, the troops outside of Ukraine, so they can re-engage, so we can win this war at home and abroad?
He makes a series of extremely important observations, and yes, I think it's vital that we get the message across to the whole of Russia about what is really going on. They're being lied to day after day, and I think that his point about supporting troops who need temporary exile, as it were, is a very good one.
Peter Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the Prime Minister for yet again coming to House to keep us informed and for his leadership in this crisis. He was right to provide military aid to Ukraine, but the Ukrainian ambassador did ask for our support in a no-fly zone today. In his answer earlier, I think the Prime Minister was keeping that option open. Is that correct?
Yeah. I think it's pretty clear to the House, Mr. Speaker, that we're trying to keep all our options open on this front. Some of them, frankly, may be more practicable than others, and I think we must also have a dose of realism about what we can do on the military front. But we will keep all things under review.
Rachel Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many of the residents in my constituency come from a number of the countries on the eastern flank and still have relatives living there. Obviously, like us, they will be deeply concerned about the humanitarian impact of the crisis. So, what steps is the government taking to prepare for the humanitarian issues, and with the 1,000 troops on standby to help with humanitarian assistance, will they now be deployed?
I think she raises a very important point, and what we're seeing now, tragically, is people moving west. Out of Kiev, columns of traffic, as I'm sure the House knows. People already moving into southeastern Poland. There is going to be an influx, as I said to the President of Poland, the Prime Minister of Poland as well. We're there to help.
Laura Trott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Prime Minister for his statement today and for his strong package of sanctions. I want to ask him about
Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on the sovereign, democratic state of Ukraine. President Putin's brazen disregard for international law, democracy, and human life are a massive threat to security and peace around the world. I just spoke a few minutes ago with President Zelensky. I told him that we are announcing strong action today and continue to stand with him and with the Ukrainian people. Earlier this morning, I met with G7 partners to coordinate our response. We're also working closely with NATO and our allies. Together, we have made clear that Russian violence, aggression, and violation of international law will not go unpunished. We stand united and steadfast in our support of Ukraine's sovereignty And we stand in solidarity with the Ukrainian people's right to decide their own future in a free and democratic state. Mardi, après la reconnaissance par le président Poutine des soi-disant États indépendants de Donetsk et Luhansk, le Canada a annoncé une première série de sanctions concertées. Les sanctions du Canada ciblent les responsables des actions illégales de la Russie, ainsi que deux banques russes soutenues par l'État. De plus, on interdit aux Canadiens de faire des achats de la dette souveraine russe. Et il sera interdit de participer à toute transaction financière avec les soi-disant États indépendants de Donetsk et de Luhansk. On a également annoncé le déploiement de jusqu'à 460 membres supplémentaires des forces armées canadiennes pour soutenir l'OTAN sous l'opération Réassurance afin de favoriser la paix et la sécurité en Europe. Today, in light of Russia's reckless and dangerous military strike, we are imposing further severe sanctions. These sanctions will target 58 individuals and entities, including members of the Russian elite and their family members, as well as the Wagner Group and major Russian banks, among others. We will also sanction members of the Russian Security Council, including the Defense Minister, the Finance Minister, and the Justice Minister. In addition, effective immediately, we are ceasing all export permits for Russia and canceling existing permits. These sanctions are wide-reaching. They will impose severe costs on complicit Russian elites, and they will limit President Putin's ability to continue funding this unjustified invasion. Aujourd'hui, suite à la frappe militaire irresponsable et dangereuse de la Russie, on impose d'autres sanctions sévères. Ces sanctions ont une grande portée. Elles vont entraîner de grands coups aux élites russes ayant des liens de complicité et elles vont limiter la capacité du président Poutine à continuer de financer cette invasion injustifiée. Je veux être clair. L'attaque de la Russie contre l'Ukraine est aussi une attaque contre la démocratie, la loi internationale et la liberté. Make no mistake, Russia's attack on Ukraine is also an attack on democracy, on international law, on human rights, and on freedom. Russia's actions stand in direct opposition to the democratic principles that generations of Canadians have fought to protect. Democracies and democratic leaders everywhere must come together to defend these principles and stand firmly against authoritarianism. Russia must immediately cease all hostile actions against Ukraine and withdraw all military and proxy forces from the country. Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity must be respected, and the Ukrainian people, like all people, must be free to determine their own future. I want to be clear. Our quarrel is not with the people of Russia. It is with President Putin and Russian leadership that has enabled and supported this further invasion of Ukraine. La vérité, c'est que la Russie viole la souveraineté de l'Ukraine depuis des années. En 2014, elle a annexé illégalement la Crimée. Depuis, elle n'a jamais cessé de nuire à la démocratie en Ukraine. Et aujourd'hui, le président Poutine a ouvert un nouveau chapitre sombre de cette histoire en lançant une invasion à grande échelle. These are deeply disturbing times for the international community and for people everywhere who care about freedom and democracy. And while the eyes of the world are on leaders, we can never lose sight of the human cost of conflict. Innocent people, including children, are now facing violence and chaos. In these dark hours, Canada's message to the people of Ukraine is this: you are not alone. We are standing with you. For Canadians and permanent residents in Ukraine, your safety and security are now our top priority. We also want to make sure that you can get to safety. We've arranged for safe passage for you and your families at the land borders with Poland, Slovakia, Hungary, Romania, and Moldova. We are urgently issuing travel documents for affected Canadians, permanent residents, and their immediate family members. We're also prioritizing immigration applications for Ukrainians who want to come to Canada. And to ensure we can serve people as quickly as possible, today we are launching a new dedicated phone line for anyone at home or abroad with urgent Ukraine-related immigration questions. Aux Canadiens et aux résidents permanents du Canada qui se trouvent en Ukraine, votre santé et votre sécurité sont notre priorité absolue. On a pris des mesures pour que vous et votre famille puissiez traverser en toute sécurité les frontières avec la Pologne, la Slovaquie, la Hongrie, la Roumanie et la Moldavie. On délivre de toute urgence des documents de voyage aux Canadiens et aux résidents permanents touchés, ainsi qu'aux membres de leur famille immédiate. On traite aussi en priorité les demandes d'immigration provenant d'Ukrainiens qui souhaitent venir au Canada. Et pour être certain de pouvoir servir les gens le plus rapidement possible, on lance aujourd'hui une nouvelle ligne téléphonique spécialement conçue pour les gens qui sont ici ou à l'étranger qui ont d'urgentes questions à poser sur l'immigration en lien avec l'Ukraine. Last night, I spoke with Ukrainian Canadians at the Ukrainian Canadian Congress board meeting. I told them that President Putin has underestimated the strength and unity of democratic allies and partners, and he has underestimated the strength and resolve of Ukrainian people. These are traits of Ukrainian Canadians, too. You have helped build this country. You are proud of your culture and your heritage, and you don't back down. Well, neither will Canada. Our support for Ukraine, for democracy, and for human rights remains unwavering. Merci beaucoup. Je passe maintenant.
Briefing I never wanted to give. I'd like to start by saying the prayers of the entire world are with the people of Ukraine today as they suffer an unjustified, unprovoked, and premeditated attack by the Russian military forces. President Biden has said from the start of this crisis, if Putin chooses to invade, the cost to Russia will be immediate and profound, to its financial system, to its economy, to its technology base, and to its strategic position in the world. As the world has now witnessed, Putin has made his choice. He rejected diplomacy and chose war. And today, the president has announced our response. Because of Putin's choices, his flagrant violation of international law, and his utter disregard for the principles that underpin peace and security across the world, we will now ensure his decision is remembered as a strategic failure. Today, we impose an unprecedented package of financial sanctions and export restrictions in lockstep with our allies and partners that will isolate Russia from the global financial system, shut down its access to cutting-edge technology, and undercut Putin's strategic ambitions to diversify and modernize his economy. Let me walk you through a few specifics, and I'll be happy to take questions. On financial sanctions, I stood at this podium on Tuesday and said we would impose the most severe sanctions ever levied on Russia if Putin proceeded with the invasion. Today, we're following through. We will impose sanctions on Russia's two largest financial institutions, Sberbank and VTB, which together hold more than half of the Russian banking system's assets, over $750 billion in total. For VTB, we will freeze all of its assets touching the U.S. financial system and prohibit U.S. persons from doing any business with the bank. For Sberbank, we will sever its access to the U.S. financial system. We'll also freeze the assets of and prohibit any business dealings with 3 additional Russian banks with combined assets of over $70 billion. We'll also restrict U.S. investors from providing debt or equity financing for 13 of the most critical Russian state-owned enterprises, which combined have estimated assets nearing $1.5 trillion. And finally, we'll also impose sanctions on the executives at these state-owned institutions, as well as additional Russian elites who are complicit in Putin's kleptocracy, and their family members. Those who've shared in the Kremlin's corrupt gains and stored their wealth in yachts and luxury condos and fancy cars will now share in the pain of these measures. In terms of the financial impact, as I said, these are the most impactful and significant sanctions the U.S. has ever taken. But financial sanctions are just one part of our response. We're also unveiling today an expansive and unprecedented set of export restrictions developed in historically close coordination with the European Union, Australia, Japan, Canada, New Zealand, the United Kingdom, and Taiwan. These new measures include sweeping restrictions on Russian military end users to impair Putin's military capabilities, and will also deny exports across Russia to sensitive cutting-edge technology, primarily targeting Russia's defense, aerospace, and maritime sectors. In total, the United States and our partners will effectively be cutting off more than half of all high-tech imports going into Russia. This includes curbing Russia's access to advanced semiconductors and other foundational technologies that Russia needs to diversify and modernize its economy. Working in tandem, these financial sanctions and the export controls will undercut Putin's aspirations to project power on the world stage. And those impacts intensified dramatically just today. The Russian stock market plunged over 30% at one point before being halted by local regulators. Russia's currency, the ruble, weakened to its weakest value on record against the dollar before the central bank intervened. And the price the market is charging the Russian government to borrow is now above 15%. These impacts over time will translate into higher inflation, higher interest rates, lower purchasing power, lower investment, lower productive capacity, lower growth, and lower living standards in Russia. To be clear, this is not the outcome we wanted. It's both a tragedy for the people of Ukraine and a very raw deal for the Russian people. But Putin's war of choice has required that we do what we said, and to ensure this will be a strategic failure. Finally, let me just say a few words about the impact of Russia's choices on the U.S. We've intentionally scoped our sanctions to deliver severe impact on the Russian economy while minimizing the cost to the U.S. as well as our allies and partners. To be clear, our sanctions are not designed to cause any disruption to the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. We've carved out energy payments on a time-bound basis to allow for an orderly transition of these flows away from sanctioned institutions, and we provided other licenses to provide for an orderly wind down of business. Let me just stop there and take your questions.
I just had a real quick question. You said it would take some time before it affects the economy and inflation. What's the timetable? How long do you think it will take until you have demonstrable results?
Well, look, these are costs that build over time. And as I mentioned, I think last Friday, any leader, whether you're an autocrat or a small d Democrat, has to pay attention to the living standards of your country. And already we're seeing the effects of these measures and the signaling that we provided over the last 3 months. Before these sanctions were implemented, inflation in Russia was 8.7%. The government's borrowing costs had spiked above 10%. The ruble had lost almost 15% of its value. And today, those costs escalated dramatically. Now, it's going to be up to President Putin to decide, ultimately, how much cost he's willing to bear. But what we control is to make sure this will be a strategic failure, not just because of the sanctions, but also because of the export controls, because of Europe's accelerated diversification away from Russia in terms of its energy supply, due to our fortification of NATO's eastern flank, and due to the renewed energy and unity and determination by the West to stand up for our values and advance our principles.
But to confirm, you're in it for the long haul, right? You're until you see the results that you want.
We understand that these costs will accumulate over time.
You've just laid out all of the actions that the U.S. that our allies have taken at this point. As you understand, the questions, though, at this point are about the actions you have not yet chosen to take at this point, specifically the SWIFT system and sanctioning President Putin specifically himself. What are the triggers at this point? Are there actions that President Putin might still take, you're expecting, that would trigger those sanctions? Or what are the potential complications, especially about sanctioning Putin personally?
So I understand a lot of questions about SWIFT and about sanctioning President Putin and lots of other measures that could be mentioned. But let me say this. I think today was a demonstration that we mean what we say. We delivered on what we said we would do in terms of imposing costs. So when we say all options are on the table and that we're prepared to continue to ratchet costs higher, it would be a mistake to doubt that resolve. But let me also step back and say that when we consider which sanctions to apply, we're not cowboys and cowgirls pressing a button to impose costs. We follow a set of principles. We want the sanctions to be impactful enough to demonstrate our resolve and to show that we have the capacity to deliver overwhelming costs to Russia. That's one. Number two, we want them to be responsible, to avoid even the perception of targeting the average Russian civilian, and of course, unwanted spillovers back to the US or the global economy. Number three, we want to stay coordinated. And so we calibrate our sanctions to maximize the chance that we move in lockstep with our allies and partners. Number four, they should be flexible so that we can escalate or de-escalate depending on facts on the ground. And lastly, as I mentioned before, they have to be sustainable. These sanctions work over the long term. That's what will guide our design.
In light of the sanctions that were announced against individuals and entities in Belarus, can you tell us whether there are sanctions against any other countries that are being seriously considered at the moment? And what is the line that a nation would need to cross in this conflict for them to be on the receiving end of sanctions from the U.S.?
Well, the Belarus measures were about delivering cost to a country that aided and abetted what we saw yesterday and overnight. But I have nothing else for you in terms of other countries being targeted.
JJ. Oh, did you have a question?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
I know I didn't mean, I was confusing the arms here. You want to go in the middle?
Thank you, Philly.
We'll come back to you.
I wanted to ask you about some of the carve-outs. There are general licenses for more than a dozen areas, agriculture, energy, and you just said that the importance is to limit the impact on Americans. But I was hoping that you could say, is there a percentage that you can share of the number of exemptions that make up the overall transactions? So the general licenses, what percentage of the transactions are under those licenses?
I would refer you to Treasury and OFAC for the details on what exactly is being exempted and the percentage of business that would be included.
I mean, could you say, is it a third? Is it a half? I mean, is it a small percentage? Is it a high percentage?
I would go back to the principles of our design. The measures themselves and the exemptions are balanced so that we can deliver overwhelming costs while not having unintended consequences. And so that's the principle. But as to the specifics, I'd refer you to Treasury.
Wouldn't the oil be a large percentage? I mean, considering how important it is to Russia's bottom line?
Well, look, where we have an asymmetric advantage is in foreign capital and cutting-edge technology. So that's where we're delivering the most concentrated impact. When it comes to energy, this is the one area where Russia has systemic importance in the global economy. We know it's the second largest natural gas producer in the world. It's also the second largest crude oil producer in the world. That's not to say that we have a dependence on Russia. Russia depends on those revenues just as much as the world needs its energy. But we're not going to do anything which causes an unintended disruption to the flow of energy as the global economic recovery is still underway.
Thanks. Two quick questions, I believe. One, if Putin takes Kyiv, does that trigger additional sanctions, specifically that scenario?
Not going to speculate on particular hypotheticals.
And you mentioned the timeline. You've been asked about the timeline. The president said in one of the answers to his questions today, he said, let's have a conversation in a month to see if these sanctions are working. But my question is, what happens in the meantime? Russia is taking over parts of Ukraine, major parts of Ukraine, as we speak. So the world just sits back and watches that happen until these sanctions take effect.
Look, we can't dictate Putin's actions. What we can do is what's within our control, and to make sure this is going to be a strategic failure for Russia. And so over the course of the next month, what you can expect is that we'll see an intensifying negative feedback loop in Russian markets. And I've described the elements of that. You'll see record capital outflows. You'll see a weaker currency. You'll see higher inflation. You'll see lower purchasing power. You'll see lower investment. And that negative feedback loop, the velocity of it, is going to be determined by Putin's own actions. And so that's what you should expect on the financial sanctions front. On export controls, what you can see is that over time, this is going to atrophy Russia's capacity to diversify outside of just oil and gas and to modernize the strategic sectors that Putin himself has said he wants to develop: aerospace, defense, IT, lasers, sensors. These sectors all depend on foundational technologies designed and produced by the West. You will begin to see a chilling effect take hold in Russia as those inputs are denied.
Thank you. For weeks now, administration officials have repeatedly said, yourself included, that these sanctions are meant to deter and prevent Putin from moving forward, from acting. Can you help us understand why the president said today that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening? And then secondly, on a quick one on Putin sanctions, without talking about when you might trigger them, can you help us understand what harm they would do to him personally if you were to sanction Putin?
Look, on your first question, we don't usually engage in hypotheticals up here at this podium, but let's play this out. Had we unleashed our entire package of financial sanctions preemptively, I think a couple of things might have happened. Number one, President Putin might have said, look, these people are not serious about diplomacy. They're not engaging in a good faith effort to promote peace. Instead, they're escalating. And that could provide a justification for him to escalate and invade. Secondly, he could look at it as a sunk cost. In other words, President Putin could think, I've already paid the price. Why don't I actually take what I paid for, which is Ukraine's freedom? So that's what we wanted to avoid. Look, ultimately, the goal of our sanctions is to make this a strategic failure for Russia. And let's define a little bit what that means. Strategic success in the 21st century is not about a physical land grab of territory. That's what Putin has done. In this century, strategic power is increasingly measured and exercised by economic strength, by technological sophistication, and your story, who you are, what your values are. Can you attract ideas and talent and goodwill? And on each of those measures, this will be a failure for Russia.
I keep asking you this. I'm sorry, I don't think she's not done yet. Let me just finish. Go ahead.
On President Putin.
But is it fair to say no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything? You certainly expected that, right?
Look, we signaled as clearly as we could what was coming if Russia proceeded with an invasion. As I mentioned before, economic costs of this severity generally matter to any leader. Because of the effect it has on his people's living standards. In this case, Putin made the wrong choice.
JJ's asking a question. Go ahead, JJ.
More on SWIFT, please.
Don't really affect
The
ordinary
UK has
people
been
in
pressuring allies to still reject Russia from the SWIFT system. Can you say if the U.S. is still intensely working to pressure allies to do the same? How intensely are you guys pursuing
I can't comment on what the UK's position is. I'm not going to speak to that. But what I'll say is the sanctions measures we imposed today, I think without question, were the most consequential ever levied on Russia, and arguably the most consequential ever levied in history, if you look at the aggregate financial impact on Russia. So that's why we took the measures that we did. And we did so because we could move in lockstep with our allies and partners, and because we think the spillover effects will be manageable.
I'm trying to figure out if this is still a realistic live round. Is the U.S. really still making an intense effort for this, or is it essentially...
This being SWIFT? Well, look, again, I'm just going to repeat, all options are on the table, and we're prepared to ratchet costs higher at a time and place of our choosing. And, you know, President Putin should take that seriously after what he saw today.
Michael?
How do you ensure that these sanctions don't really affect ordinary people?
Let Michael ask his question. Go ahead, Michael.
Same question.
Just two questions. First, if you were to sanction Vladimir Putin, do you know where his money is?
Not going to comment on that.
And secondly, what is the message to Russia at this point on what it would take to roll back, relieve some of the sanctions that you put in place today?
Look, the road to diplomacy is always open. Diplomacy is never dead. But in the current circumstance, in the immediate aftermath of an invasion, that option is not available. Right now, we're imposing severe consequences on Russia for its decisions. If there were to be a shift in Russia's strategic choices that upheld core principles of respecting your neighbor's borders, respecting your neighbor's sovereignty, allowing countries to have the freedom to set their own course and their own destiny, that would be a different situation, but that's not where we are.
Tyler? You suggested that there's things that still remain on the table, but as you walk through the hypothetical scenarios of trying to keep diplomacy open, you said that they have now crossed the line. But if you're saying there's still more on the table, do you expect things to get worse in the coming days, that Russia will continue to move forward? Is that the intelligence? I know you guys have been quite transparent about the intelligence you have. Are you keeping things back because you think the situation is going to get worse?
I think we've been transparent to a remarkable degree. One aspect of that transparency is by saying we can't get into President Putin's head. And so your question requires me to speculate on how he's thinking about next steps, and I simply can't do that.
But just in terms of U.S. intelligence and the way that you are planning out the different sanctions you have and keeping things on the table, is that a sense that it will get worse because you want to hold things back?
Look, our job is to be prepared and manage risks, all manner of risks. And that's what we've been doing over the past 3 months as this crisis intensified. We'll continue doing that.
Last one, Steve. These sanctions don't affect ordinary people in Russia.
The targeting the Russian energy industry is totally off the table. Is that what you're saying, Billy?
What I'm saying is that our measures were not designed to disrupt in any way the current flow of energy from Russia to the world. Now, we have also said we are going to cut off Russia's access to cutting-edge technology. That technology can be used across many sectors. And so as it relates to Russia's long-term productive capacity, we are seeking to degrade that capacity, but nothing in the short term as it relates to energy.
Thank you so much, Julie. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
joining
Thank
us.
you, Jeff.
Appreciate it. Okay, I know it's late, but we will get to as many people as possible. I just wanted to note a couple of things at the top for all of you. One, USAID put out an announcement that they've deployed a DART, or Disaster Assistance Response Team, to respond to humanitarian needs in Ukraine. This DART team, which is currently based in Poland, is working closely with European allies and partners who will be on the front lines of the response. The team will lead the U.S. government's humanitarian response to help address critical needs caused by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. The DART comprises 17 disaster experts from USAID who are assessing the situation, identifying priorities, priority needs to scale up assistance inside Ukraine and working with partners to provide rapidly needed assistance to communities affected by the conflict. I know a number of you have also asked me, and we've tried to provide as much detail as possible about how the President has spent his time over the last period since last evening. I think we put out a few details, but just to reiterate for all of you, he closely monitored the events on the ground from both the Oval Office and then back in the residence over the course of last evening. We put out a few details last night, including the fact that he spoke repeatedly with his National Security Advisor, Jake Sullivan. He also spoke with his U.S. UN Ambassador, Linda Thomas-Greenfield, before she gave that powerful speech at the UN last night. He received a briefing from Secretary Austin, Chairman Milley, Secretary Blinken, and his National Security Advisor around 11 p.m. approximately last evening as well. And as you know, he also spoke with President Zelensky. He continued to monitor closely into the wee hours last night. This morning, as you all know, he met for just about an hour with his national security team, which included both a full table in the room and full members from the cabinet, from the national security team on the screen. During that meeting, as is standard, he received an update from, of course, Defense, Intel, his diplomatic team about the status on the ground, and he has, of course, remained closely engaged with them through the course of the day. As you know, he also had a G7 meeting that lasted a couple of hours this morning, and he also spent an hour this afternoon on the phone with the leaders in Congress, Democratic and Republican leaders in Congress, briefing them on the situation on a secure call, briefing them on the situation on the ground, answering questions they had as well. So that has been his day to date, and he is continuing, of course, to focus on other priorities as president. But why don't we go to you, Zeke?
Thanks, Jen. Just picking up on that, has the president made any additional foreign leader calls today? Has he spoken to President Zelensky since their call last evening?
There's not been another call to President Zelensky. I expect, as you have seen over the past several days, he will continue to have calls with leaders. We will keep you abreast as those happen.
And with the U.S. government saying that it believes that the Russian objective right now is to decapitate the Ukrainian government, does the U.S. believe that President Zelensky at this moment is safe?
We're not going to get into security questions, but we are in touch with President Zelensky, and we are working to provide him a range of support.
And President Zelensky, in addition to calling for the West to cut Russia off from SWIFT, also proposed or called for, demanded, I think it was the word he used in a tweet, that the U.S. And its allies impose a no-fly zone over Ukraine. I know the president has said that he won't put U.S. boots on the ground in Ukraine to fight Russia. Is Ukrainian airspace in play? Is that something that is subject to any discussions?
We've certainly seen his tweet or his request via tweet, but I don't have an update on that request.
That's not off the table. No fly zone's not off the table.
Again, I don't have any update on this point in time or status of the discussions. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a follow-up on troops fast and a few cyber questions. Sure. Do you expect NATO to call up a major response force, and how many U.S. troops could be called to help in that effort?
That's really up to NATO. As you know, we have a number of troops, thousands of troops that are on call, but that is a decision made by the NATO alliance.
And the president said, if Putin pursues cyber attacks against our companies, our critical infrastructure, we are prepared to respond. So just clarifying, does that first mean that there has not been any evidence of any cyber attack from Russia against any American companies at this point?
Not that we have identified or attributed at this point in time.
And can you explain?
Aside from past ones that you're fully tracking.
Yeah, I guess in the last 24 hours.
I understand.
And can you explain more of the White House's thinking on kind of this debate in Washington about whether a cyber attack against a NATO ally would trigger an Article 5 response, a response from the alliance?
Well, that, again, is up to the NATO alliance to determine, but obviously a cyber attack does constitute an attack, so that would certainly be a point of discussion among the NATO members.
Okay, one more really fast. On the USAID disaster response you just mentioned, a 17-person team, is that enough? I mean, we're talking about, we've heard you guys talk about the potential of hundreds of thousands of refugees.
You're absolutely right, and I think that's an important point. But what we're trying to do here is provide any incremental update on the status of what our work is. And I'll just note, and you may be fully aware of this, but in terms of humanitarian assistance, we have been the biggest provider of humanitarian assistance to Ukraine. We've provided over $52 million in humanitarian assistance to Ukraine in the past year. Over the past few weeks, we've committed additional funding and supply supplies to humanitarian organizations. There's been a specific need and therefore a focus on support services, food, clean water, hygiene, shelter, trauma, primary health care, and we are prepared to certainly provide a significant amount more. So this is just one step, obviously less than 24 hours after the events of last night, and we will continue to plus up from here. Go ahead.
Jen, there are a number of protests within Russia itself. Are you monitoring this? What's your message to them?
Well, there certainly are, and I know with everything going on, this may not have caught everybody's attention, but let me just note that, today we're seeing Russian people in the streets, open letters from leading Russian journalists and cultural figures denouncing President Putin's war of choice, and reports of Russian mothers concerned about the reckless deployment of their sons to this fratricidal war. I think it's important to remember back in 2014 when they didn't even acknowledge that they were sending Russian soldiers. They didn't even acknowledge when there were body bags coming back from Ukraine into Russia. And there is an outcry in the streets by Russian people, by more Russian people than I think many would expect. So despite Putin's crackdown at home, dissenting views remain. And I think that's important to note. To publicly protest against President Putin and his war is a deeply courageous act. Their actions show the world that despite the Kremlin's propaganda, there are Russian people who profoundly disagree with what he is doing in Ukraine.
One more. Speaker Pelosi's talking about sending $600 million in lethal aid to Ukraine. Is this something you support?
We are in conversations with Congress, and I mentioned the president spoke with leaders just earlier this afternoon. I don't have an exact number, but those are ongoing conversations about what needs the Ukrainians have on the ground in a variety of categories: security, humanitarian, other economic assistance. Go ahead.
Does the U.S. have any analysis to indicate that there is dissent or division within Putin's government, or is it your understanding that Putin's government is united in this war?
It's an interesting question, and Jamie, without getting into intelligence, which obviously we look at, I mentioned obviously Russians protesting in the streets. That's not exactly what you asked about, but if you watched the meeting the President Putin had with members of his national security team the other day, it was quite striking, the back and forth he had with his intel chief in that meeting. The analysis of that certainly can be done in an open source manner, given it was quite public, but I will leave outside analysis to give further assessment of that.
And as you know, we are seeing Ukrainians start to flee the country.
Yeah.
Is the U.S. prepared to accept Ukrainian refugees?
We are, but we certainly expect that most, if not the majority, will want to go to Europe in neighboring countries. So we are also working with European countries on what the needs are, where there is capacity. Poland, for example, where we are seeing an increasing flow of refugees over the last 24 hours, or flow of individuals, I should say, out of Ukraine, what their needs are, and we've been talking and engaging with Europeans about that for some time now.
Well, part of what you're doing is to prepare for the United States to accept.
The president is certainly prepared for that, but I would just note that because there are a number of European countries neighboring Ukraine who have expressed an openness to it, we would anticipate many of them would want to go to European countries.
And just one more quick question. The president, of course, has repeatedly said that American troops will not enter Ukraine.
Yeah.
Is there any scenario that has been discussed where that decision might be reconsidered?
The president has no intention of sending U.S. troops to fight in Ukraine. That has not changed. Go ahead.
This was asked of the president earlier, but I don't think we got a full answer. Yesterday, Vladimir Putin said that he warned if others got involved of such consequences that you have never encountered in your history. Does the U.S. understand that as a threat of using nuclear weapons?
Well, we can't obviously get into the mind of President Putin as much as he said that, nor do we know all the specific details about his strategic posture, but we don't see any increased threat in that regard at this point in time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on some of the cyber questions.
Sure.
I know that you and others have talked about how the government is on alert for the potential of a cyber attack. But can you share, are there any specific steps that are being taken that you can share that the U.S. is doing to protect the infrastructure, power grid, U.S. banks?
Well, I would say, one, there's been efforts that have been ongoing for some time, since the beginning of the administration, to harden the private sector, or work with the private sector in partnership to harden their cybersecurity protections. We've actually seen a great deal of progress made in the financial sector. It's It's one of the stronger sectors in terms of protections from a cyber front that we see out there. So it's been ongoing for several months. Obviously, when there are moments like this where we continue to watch and look for what the potential is, we continue to engage closely with a range of industries about what they need to do, about the potential threats, and that's something that happens obviously privately and through a range of agencies. I can see if there's anything more specific that we can read out to all of you.
Just real quick, one follow-up. President Biden said that the U.S. is prepared if an attack comes there, would, pardon me, he said prepared to respond. Would that response be a
cyber attack?
A cyber attack, yes. Would that be an equivalent cyber attack against Russia?
Well, I would say that the president reserves the option to respond in any manner of his choosing, overt or covert, seen or unseen, as we like to say in more available English. But I'm not going to get into specifics of what that looks like. He has a range of options. Go ahead.
Thanks. On oil prices and the SPR, does the administration have an oil price in mind that would trigger another release from the SPR?
I think not that we're going to get into detail or from here, JJ. I understand certainly the question. What you heard the president talk about today, and I can just reiterate a little bit, is that what has been ongoing, both from the president, who's been very engaged in this, having conversations with leaders in the Middle East and other parts of the world, as well as many members of his national security team, taking whatever steps we can to mitigate the impact on the global oil markets. And obviously that means increasing supply. Obviously a coordinated release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve would be part of that. But in terms of what that looks like or the specifics, I'm just not in a position to get into more details at this point.
Thanks. If the worst happens and Russia either reduces the flow of natural gas or cuts off energy altogether to Europe, does the administration have a good idea for how long households in Europe could last under that kind of circumstance?
I don't have an assessment of that from here. I can certainly check with our economic team. One thing I will say that one of the steps we've been taking, obviously natural gas shortages and supply is an enormous regional issue, one that would hugely impact Europe more than here, of course. One of the steps we've been focused on and been taking is engaging with partners who may have excess LNG supply, like countries in Europe, Japan, for example, where we're planning to give them some, and now they're going to divert it to Europe. So we've been working to help mitigate any impact of a further invasion and a shortage in Europe. Go ahead.
Some of the activity that we've seen today in Ukraine, some of the clashes have been in and around Chernobyl. Does the United States have an assessment of the risk of a radioactive release?
So I do have one actual update on that as well. There's also been there was also a report out. So let me speak to this first, just so I don't forget, about hostages around there as well. So let me speak to that first. We are outraged by credible reports that Russian soldiers are currently holding the staff of the Chernobyl facilities hostage. This unlawful and dangerous hostage-taking, which could upend the routine civil service efforts required to maintain and protect the nuclear waste facilities, is obviously incredibly alarming and greatly concerning. We condemn it and we request their release. In terms of a further assessment, I don't have anything more on that from here.
You gave a readout of how the president spent the past 24 hours or so. First, I wanted to ask about his call with President Zelensky. Did he indicate if he was still in Kyiv? Did he identify his location at this point?
We are aware of where he is located, and we are in touch with him. I would say on that call, what they discussed is President Zelensky's request for the president to condemn the actions of President Putin and the Russians and to engage with other global leaders about it, and that's exactly what he's done.
We've seen a number of statements today from former presidents, President Obama, President Bush, and also saw former President Trump on television talking about this. Has the president, you mentioned during the Afghanistan drawdown, he had been in contact with his predecessors. Has he been in touch with any of his predecessors during this?
He has not been today.
And then in terms of another domestic priority that was potentially included in his meetings today, given the situation, his time and focus and attention on the Supreme Court, on Ukraine, will this affect the timing of his Supreme Court announcement?
We are still on track to make an announcement before the end of the month. We have to do a lot of things around here at the same time. Go ahead.
Just to follow up on the cyber attacks and Article 5 question, I know you said that it's up to NATO to decide, but from a U.S. perspective, would any cyber attack against a NATO ally trigger Article 5, or would there be a measure for what counts?
Again, this is a conversation we would have with our NATO allies and partners. I don't have more anything in addition to add to it.
And just to follow up on the Supreme Court, I know you said you're on track, but has he made a final decision given there are basically 2 days left for the end of the month?
Not a final, and no job offer has been made. Go ahead.
Thanks. Just a couple. Are there any concerns or indications at this point that Russia had prepared for the sanctions that you're putting in place and kind of developed preemptively ways to blunt that impact?
Well, it's an interesting question, and some of it is hard because it's hard to get into the minds of President Putin and the oligarchs around him. One of the steps we tried to take is to, as we were contemplating the individuals we were going to sanction, we sanctioned family members as well, because what we've seen the tactics they've used in the past is they've moved money around and resources around to family members, and we tried to address that on the front end. In terms of the banking and the financial sector, I mean, it accounts for such a large percentage of how they do business it would be a difficult thing for them to plan and plot against. And if you look to just even the anticipation of the potential sanctions, as Dilip was mentioning, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world right now. Their inflation has skyrocketed. So we're even seeing in their markets the anticipated impact even before today, and that's even before the actual squeeze on the financial sector in the country. So it feels to me it would be a little hard to plan around and plot around given the significance of what was done today and the fact that when we sanctioning 10 of Russia's financial institutions and these export control measures, which essentially cuts President Putin off from semiconductors and access to a range of technology he wants for the future. Those are difficult things to plan ahead for.
I guess secondly, does the administration have any assessment for how China is reacting to this at this point? Whether they are willing to provide support to Russia, how much, and has there been any kind of contact there to kind of attempt to move them off of any support?
Well, in terms of what impact they can have, I mean, China only accounts for about 15% of China and Russia. I'm not sure. You can double check me on this. About 15% of the global economy. If you look at G7 partners in the U.S. and Europe, it's about 50%, right? So they cannot cover what the impact of the sanctions that have been announced in coordination with Europe, how they would impact Russia. I think from our perspective as it relates to China, well, I can't get into the heads of what their thinking is. This is really a moment for China, for any country, to think about what side of history they want to stand on here. And that is certainly the case that we would make publicly and privately. I think you saw that Secretary Blinken spoke with his counterpart just a couple of days ago. The president's certainly open to speaking with his counterpart, but I don't have any prediction of that at this point in time or a timeline. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Over the past couple of weeks, as you've been sounding the alarm on this, you've put the sanctions package together, conducted diplomacy with the Russians and the rest of the world. How did the Ukrainian government use that time, since they've been initially warned that this was a likelihood? Did they use that time wisely to prepare?
Tell me more about what you mean exactly.
Well, you're seeing reports from the streets in Russia, in Ukraine, of people being surprised. You had, obviously, local and national leadership in Ukraine telling people to stay calm, to go to work, even the day before the invasion began. So were they properly prepared, and was there more that they could have done in the lead-up?
Look, I think it's not particularly constructive for us to give an assessment of that. What I can tell you is that our focus has been on providing up-to-date, what has turned out to be quite accurate and transparent information about what the President Putin was preparing to do, which was invade Ukraine. And we have been very clear with American citizens who are there. We have been clear with our European partners 4 months now, including Ukrainian leadership. So that has been what our focus has been. And we will remain a strong supporter and partner of President Zelensky in Ukraine moving forward. Go ahead.
Following up on the sanction question, we have heard for weeks that these sanctions were, at least in part, a part of a strategy that was based on deterrence as well as prevention. Today, with the President's comment that no one expected the sanctions to prevent anything from happening. Moving forward, do you expect this slate of sanctions to prevent any further advancement or aggression from Russia?
Well, I would say that later in the back and forth or the press avail, he also said when asked, if sanctions cannot stop President Putin, what penalty can? And he said, I didn't say sanctions couldn't stop him, which leads me to believe that's not exactly what he meant. He also went on to say the threat of sanctions and imposing the sanctions and seeing the effect of sanctions are two different things. And the way we look at this, broadly speaking, and Dilip touched on this a little bit, is that we do see them as having a deterrent impact, right? It doesn't mean they're 100% foolproof. But if there's a 95% chance of Russia invading without the threat of sanctions, and there's a 60, I'm making up these percentages just to make a point, but and a 65% chance that they will with them, you're obviously going to go with the threat of sanctions because you want to reduce the threat of an invasion. So there is a deterrent, and we've seen the deterrent impact work at times, right? I'd also note that we are very clear-eyed about the fact that President Putin, not just a few days ago, I mean, he gave the speech a few days ago where he questioned the legitimacy of Ukraine as a sovereign country. He's also talked about how the breakup of the Soviet Union was the worst thing that's happened, that's a paraphrase, in recent, in decades of history. So we are clear-eyed about his ambition, but what the other part of it that we are quite focused on is the consequences. And the way we see it is, as we've touched on a little bit, inflation skyrocketing, the ruble is the worst performing currency in the world. It was his decision to go to war. It's our choice to make him pay a price. Same with the global community. And we believe these consequences are also going to have an impact.
Just at the risk of repeating your question as well, I mean, the president did also say, let's check in a month, and there has been some questions about time here. It seems like this is a strategy to use these sanctions to put pressure on Russia to eventually discourage them to pull out, or to force them to pull out this advance. So what is the timetable here, you think, for when the Russian government will start actually feeling the impact of these sanctions and possibly pull out?
Well, in many senses, they're already feeling the impact. I mean, look at where the ruble is. Look at where inflation is. Look at where the markets are in Russia. In terms of how Putin will feel the impact, we just sanctioned a range of oligarchs around him. We sanctioned 10 financial institutions. These are all significant, enormous steps that are going to have an impact on him. But in terms of the moment by moment, I can't give you an assessment of that.
Just off topic, there's been a lot of questions about refugees in the region.
Yeah.
For Ukrainians that are in the country, is the U.S., especially after yesterday, considering TPS or any sort of protection?
Sure. As you know, that's a decision that would be made through an interagency process led by the Department of Homeland Security, and I don't have any prediction of that. I mean, I don't have any kind of prediction of that at this point in time. Obviously, these events are just unfolding as we speak.
That process hasn't started, that conversation?
I'm not going to give you any specifics on an internal process, but I would just say, again, it's an interagency process, and right now we're, of course, in the middle of an invasion and a war in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. Earlier you had said you have to do a lot of things at the same time. One of those things, of course, is the State of the Union next week.
Yes.
Can you tell us how the president this week has been preparing for that, how much time he spent on this speech, and how he's juggling that with this very busy schedule that you laid out earlier tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So in addition to obviously being very closely engaged and leading the effort on the U.S. response to the Russian military invasion of Ukraine, the president has been working with speechwriters, working with members of his policy team to finalize details of his State of the Union, starting to do some read-throughs, not too many yet. I expect those will increase in the days ahead. I expect we won't have too much of a preview for you, maybe tomorrow, but maybe more likely this weekend. He's also been engaging with his COVID team, talking about where we are in the state of the pandemic, what's next in the pandemic. He's been working closely with his economic team on and receiving updates on the supply chain, the implementation of the infrastructure bill. So even as we have all been understandably focused on the conflict in Ukraine, the president has been very hard at work on a range of issues that are vital to the American people.
You touched on my follow-up. ABC is reporting that the White House is revamping the COVID strategy now that hospitalizations are on the decline. Should we expect the president to roll that out in the speech next Tuesday?
I don't have any preview for you on timeline or format, but the president has been working and engaged with his COVID team for some time now. and we're making strong progress on moving toward a time when COVID is no longer a crisis. The COVID team has been spending a lot of time and energy, including with the president, working with experts inside and outside government, local public health officials and governors, and this work is broader than one piece of guidance. How we look at it is we're preparing to stay ahead of the virus, protecting our most vulnerable, keeping our country open, and that is going to look at everything from the CDC is obviously reviewing mask guidance, but also how we're going to ensure that vaccines, boosters, tests, treatments, and other important components of our medicine cabinet are available to the American people. Go ahead.
Thanks, Jen. I had a couple of questions.
Sure. And then I'll go to you next. Go ahead.
Thanks. I had a couple of questions. First, a follow-up about some of the humanitarian needs you've been talking about.
Sure.
You talked about how much money and supplies are going to be going, but how are you going to ensure that those supplies get to the Ukraine?
Yeah.
Is there going to be some sort of airdrop? And would the president consider putting U.S. boots on the ground for humanitarian needs to make sure they get to the people that need them?
Well, we do have, fortunately or unfortunately, a fair amount of experience on providing humanitarian assistance in conflict zones, and we typically work, and USAID specifically has a great deal of experience with that, working with trusted third-party entities, obviously the government, which remains in power. So there's a range of ways that we would provide assistance. In terms of other mechanisms, I don't have anything to predict for you at this point in time.
And then another question for you, and this has been happening while you've been up at the podium.
Okay.
So I'm not trying to ambush you, but
Sure.
I wanted to give you a chance to respond. Senator Ted Cruz is speaking at CPAC, and you came up. He called you "quote unquote" Peppermint Patty, and has encouraged people to boo you. So I wanted to.
Don't tell him I like Peppermint Patty. So I'm not going to take it too offensively. Senator Cruz, I like Peppermint Patty. I'm a little tougher than that, but there you go. Go ahead.
Hi, yeah, so back to the president's comments earlier today. So he did say to give it a month to see if these sanctions work.
Yeah.
However, under Russia's current assault, Ukraine clearly might not have a month or even weeks. So is it fair to say that he is conceding Ukraine to Putin?
There's nothing about the president's strategy or approach or leadership in the world building a coalition of the majority of countries, in the Western world to stand against the actions of President Putin that suggests that he is ceding anything. You saw him lay out a set of historic sanctions today that will maximize pain on Russia. Yes, as we've conveyed, they're meant to have a squeeze over the course of time, but we're already seeing an impact on the financial markets, on the currency, on inflation in Russia, and there are unfortunately the Russian people are going to feel the pain of that. So I would say the president is going to continue, as he has for weeks now, to work in close lockstep with European partners to continue to press from the global community for de-escalation as it relates to the events in Ukraine. Go ahead.
Thank you, Jen. If President Zelensky is in danger of being killed or captured and put on some sort of a show trial, would President Biden send U.S. troops in on a rescue mission to get him out?
Again, we are in touch with President Zelensky, who is an important partner. We support him, he's the leader of Ukraine, the president of Ukraine, but I'm not going to get into security steps.
Okay. There's this talk about a possible forecast for financial pain, particularly at the gas pump for Americans. The president said today the notion that this is going to last for a long time is highly unlikely. Would he try to ensure that by lifting some of the restrictions that he's put in place on the energy industry, or rethinking some projects like the Keystone Pipeline?
Well, first of all, the Keystone Pipeline is not flowing, so I'm not sure how that would solve anything. There's also plenty of oil leases that are not being tapped into by oil companies, so you should talk to them about that and why. But what the president's talking about is we certainly understand, and he said this today, right? May have been in response to your question, I don't remember, but if there's an invasion of another country by a big country, there's going to be impacts on the markets, right? And we certainly anticipated that, and we anticipate that as it relates to the global oil market as well. So that's why the president, for weeks now, has been engaging with a range of big global suppliers, some in the Middle East, others, to see what we can do to ensure there's supply out there in the market to reduce the impact on the American people.
And the U.S. is one of the Russian oil industry's best customers, hundreds of thousands of barrels per day. Would the president ever consider ordering U.S. companies to stop importing Russian oil?
I don't have any prediction of that at this point, Peter. We announced some significant sanctions today. Our objective is to ensure there is the greatest economic pain on Russia, and not on the Russian people, but on President Putin, and to minimize the impact on the American people, including companies here in the United States. All right, thanks everyone. See you tomorrow.
He said that he thinks that Putin's going to go and try to expand back the Soviet Union. So is this, do you all think this is Act 1 in a multiple country invasion?
Well, I'm not going to make a prediction of that, but we certainly think he has grander ambitions in Ukraine.
To clarify that same point, does he believe that President Putin is going to absorb Ukraine into Russia when he says that President Putin wants to reestablish the Soviet Union? Is that what he's saying?
I think he believes that, as we all do, that President Putin has grander ambitions in Ukraine. Hence, the military campaign is continuing. Thanks, everyone. Thank you, everyone.
All of us from now on.
We'll do this more tomorrow.
All right, joining me now here on LiveNOW from Fox to further discuss the Russian invasion into Ukraine is former U.S. Special Representative for Ukraine, former U.S. Ambassador to NATO as well, Kurt Volker. Ambassador Volker, thanks for being with us. I wanted to get your reaction to President Biden's remarks today, issuing new punitive sanctions and consequences. In your view, are they adequate enough?
No, I think these are the measures that we should have done 2 months ago. If you remember, President Biden was asked, will these affect Putin's decision making, or will they affect Russians? We'll ask me in a couple of months.
Yeah.
Well, that's exactly the point, that we should have done this a couple of months ago when we saw the buildup happening, to try to prevent it and to try to have impact on Russia today. And in addition, there were things excluded from this package. There were good things in the package, to be sure. Some of the banks mentioned, some of the financial impact mentioned, but there were also individuals left out. The energy sector was left out. The SWIFT financial transfer system was left out. And I appreciate that the administration is trying to coordinate all this with our European allies and act in unison. But in this case, I think we need to start thinking about leading more, because this is a dire circumstance. And I don't think we can settle for a situation where Russia takes over all of Ukraine, imposes its military forces there, and we're just applying sanctions.
Also, do you think the phased approach is working to our disadvantage? We were promised swift and severe sanctions. Kind of a shock and awe approach would be better in your view?
Yes, swift and severe sanctions would be good, and we still need them. Let's have that. Let's push the Europeans to do as much as possible. But I'm concerned that we are not doing anything currently to help the Ukrainian military. They are being attacked by Russia overnight, airstrikes, missile strikes, tank columns moving. They are fighting back valiantly, and they need more help. And so I would still like to see us proceeding with deliveries, with equipment, with ammunition, with trainers who could help the Ukrainians integrate this in whatever way we can do that. We need to be in a much more proactive position to help Ukraine defend itself. I think it's debatable whether we should have ruled out U.S. military forces being present in Ukraine to help them. But clearly the administration has ruled that out. But short of that, there's a lot more we can do.
What about something that is being floated right now about arming some type of Ukrainian opposition or rebellion? Would that make matters worse?
Yeah, let's not give in to defeatism and say that we're only going to fund a resistance. Let's try to help the Ukrainian government, Ukrainian military survive.
My question now for you is about NATO, of which you know a lot. Is NATO aligned right now? We've seen some disagreements, especially on the SWIFT international banking system. There's going to be yet another summit held tomorrow. Why another summit? It doesn't seem like these summits have produced any meaningful impact other than maybe symbolism. What are you thinking is going to happen tomorrow?
It's a great question, because summits are meant to be ways of showing unity and resolve, that we are acting together. But when they come up short in terms of deliverables, then it starts to look a little hollow. And so I am confident that the diplomats there are talking to each other about what the deliverables will be. But so far, we haven't seen a sufficient level of action from ourselves, from our NATO allies, from the EU, to really treat Russia's invasion and aggression against Ukraine for what it is, and to do everything we can to reverse it. I remember when I was a young officer in the State Department, I was surprised but impressed by President George H.W. Bush after Iraq invaded Kuwait. And he simply came out and said, "This will not stand." And then he and James Baker went about assembling a global coalition to do everything possible that enabled them to remove Iraq from Kuwait. I think we're in a similar moment, a harder moment, because Russia has nuclear weapons. But we have to be viewing this with the same eyes, that this is unacceptable and we will not let this stand.
Those troops that were readied and on alert about a month ago will now be sent to Germany, about 7,000 of them, to shore up our NATO allies in the eastern flank. Does Putin want the Baltics? Does Putin want Poland? Is that what we should be looking for next?
Well, what he has asked for in his demands to NATO that were given in December is the demilitarization by NATO of presence in the Baltic states and in Poland. He wants everything rolled back to pre-1997 in terms of the military architecture in Europe. He claims falsely that NATO promised never to put military forces in the territory of new members. Not true, but now he wants that enforced by having NATO pull back military forces. So in this respect, I think what the administration is doing, sending forces to Poland, to Romania, and headquarters in Germany, and other allies as well, like France or Germany or the UK, putting troops on the territory of these new NATO members is a tremendously important signal, because it is explicitly rejecting what Putin is demanding.
I wanted your opinion as well. Is it safe to say that U.S.-Russia relations are dead, or are they just paused? Is there any way to come back from this at this point in time? Have we essentially cut off relations with Russia?
Right. U.S.-Putin relations should be dead. And I think we are getting to that point. We should support the people of Russia. They've been living under Putin for 20-some years, and it has just only gotten worse and worse for them. They deserve to live in a country that has more freedom and democracy and prosperity and justice than they live in. So we should be fully aligned with the Russian people, but our relationship with Putin should be over.
And are you foreseeing maybe indirect or direct impacts on the Russian people? We've seen massive protests in many major Russian cities over this. The ruble fell the lowest in its history. The stock market in Russia fell by half today. This kind of is a harbinger for Putin, is it not? Should he be worried about his own country?
Yes, I think that this is where we are headed right now. These things happened in the shock of Russia's invasion yesterday. What we have to do is make these kind of impacts long-term, even increase them, and show Putin that this is going to affect his ability to rule inside Russia, not only his ability to wage war on Ukraine. So this should be our target, and we should be messaging that, mobilizing that, enhancing this for as much as we can do to try to get Putin to realize that this is self-destructive.
I want to just game out a few scenarios specifically regarding the capital city of Kyiv. Can you tell us what you have been in touch with, your contacts on the ground there in Ukraine? Are they preparing for some type of, urban warfare in the streets of Kyiv? Do you think that is a distinct possibility?
They are certainly preparing for everything. They're preparing immediately for new airstrikes and new missile strikes. And those will be principally against military targets, but you can't rule out Russia going after civilian targets as well. They're bringing forces in to protect the capital from other parts of the country. So they're preparing for tank battles and pushing back Russia as they try to approach the city. And then finally, yes, if it comes to that, they are preparing for fighting for the city itself.
Also, I wanted to kind of game out a scenario where in the worst case scenario, President Zelensky has to go into exile. The Ukrainian government, high-ranking officials have to go into exile. I know that is a very defeatist attitude, but it's something that's being talked about. Who will take them in, and will the United States immediately recognize them as the de facto government, if you will?
Right. So this is also an excellent question. I have not heard an answer to this from the administration or from the European Union. Frankly, I'm glad, because we just saw the Pentagon come out today and say, oh, Kiev may fall within 96 hours. That is not the kind of messaging we want to be pushing out there now. We should be saying that we're impressed with how much the Ukrainians are fighting, and we will assist them. That's what I would like to hear, rather than, okay, the capital's going to fall. As far as a government, if Russia takes over all of Ukraine and imposes its own government, no one will recognize the legitimacy of that government. No one will recognize Russia's claims over this. And it would be entirely logical to recognize the continuity of Ukrainian government in exile. But we're not there yet. We should be helping the Ukrainians weather this and ultimately maintain their country.
Ambassador Volker, just final thoughts as we go into the weekend here.
Yeah, everyone should be prepared for the worst. Russia, I think, probed last night, a lot of airstrikes, a lot of missile strikes, trying to land paramilitary forces to take over air bases, mostly not succeeding, some succeeding. They're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again, and they're going to do it again. They're also, fighting on the front lines and trying to advance. They are succeeding in taking territory north of Crimea and east of Crimea. They're going to try to expand that footprint, and they will continue to try to go to Kyiv. And so we should be viewing this as seriously as it can be viewed. This is a major effort to take over a sovereign European country. We should declare this unacceptable, and we should be doing everything we can to help the Ukrainians.
Ambassador Kurt Volker, we thank you for your time.
Thank you.
For the past few days, weeks, and months, all eyes have been on the conflict happening between Russia and Ukraine. Now a full invasion and attack has happened. Russia invading Ukraine has now put a toll on a number of people, not only across that country, but around the world. We're bringing in Michael O'Hanlon, who's joining us with us on Live Now from Fox. He holds the Philip Knight Chair in Defense and Strategy at Brookings. We do appreciate you coming on here with us. I want to just first start with something that you mentioned. A lot of people probably questioning, how did we get to this point that's happening right now of this attack in Ukraine?
Hi, Christy. Well, the short answer is Vladimir Putin decided that he cared more about retribution and reconstitution of what he sees as the rightful Russian Empire and military victory than he does about the economic well-being of his own people, or frankly, its future, because I think he's guaranteed that Russia is going to have a bad 2020 decade based on the economic retribution that's inevitable, and that I think will go well beyond what we've even discussed publicly so far. For example, I don't know how you keep buying oil and gas from a guy who does this to his neighbor. And so I would expect over time a plan will emerge to hasten the Western world weaning itself off Russian hydrocarbons. We'll see how that plays out. But that's the first thing we learned. We also learned that the longstanding bipartisan U.S. effort to expand NATO maybe was well-intentioned and maybe had some good initial successes, but arguably got stuck or went too far. Because going back to 2008, when the Bush administration and NATO invited Ukraine and Georgia to hypothetically join the alliance someday, so it was sort of a non-invitation invitation, that sort of had the effect of painting a giant bullseye on their backs, because we gave them no interim security guarantee, and we also have a NATO policy that says countries with border disputes with their neighbors can't join, so it created an incentive for Russians to muck around with those two countries, and initially just with their border regions, and now, as of this week, tragically, with much of the entire Ukrainian nation. So I'm not blaming us ethically as a country, but I think going back really 20, 25 years, we sort of got lost in our ways thinking about NATO expansion as a way to promote democracy and forgetting that its core purpose is to create a military alliance where members swear to protect each other's territory as if it were their own. That's a pretty profound and unusual kind of promise to make. And I think we sort of lost sight of just how significant it was, where we got a little bit half pregnant, if you will, with Ukraine and Georgia. Again, saying we would someday bring them in, but no plan to protect them in the meantime and no schedule. So I think at a strategic level, we did not find the best policy. I'm not going to blame us. I'm not going to blame Clinton or Bush or Obama or Trump or Biden per se, but I think the policy has ultimately been proven not to have been optimal, especially in regard to Ukraine and Georgia. So those are the two big things I think we've learned this week, and we've also learned that NATO sticks together in crisis. And so even though the sanctions could have been tougher, even though we could have had a more concerted, cogent diplomatic outreach, it was pretty notable that there wasn't huge daylight between any of the major NATO allies in how to handle this crisis so far, and there doesn't seem to be any great daylight now. And I think that's a good thing, and maybe somewhat surprising even to Putin.
So speaking of NATO, you've heard so many times that they've been standing with Ukraine and its people, Ukrainian president asking all of its citizens to stand up and fight. Now we're seeing, those boots on the ground. We're seeing attacks coming from the air. So what does it look like for NATO to respond here? And what are we going to be seeing over these next few hours and days as this attack continues?
Well, I don't think NATO is going to respond militarily. We all have heard President Biden say that. However, we are still trying to funnel in some degree of humanitarian and even military support to Ukraine. That'll get harder as the borders of the country are contested or controlled by Russia. And so I'm not sure where that goes next. But we have provided them a fair amount of weaponry, and now they've got to decide how much they want to use it, how much they want to really resist. And part of it will be a function of what terms President Putin perhaps offers to the country. He clearly wants President Zelensky to step down, but is he prepared to see some kind of a election where the Ukrainians run their own election? Probably not, but that would be significant if he would. There may be other kinds of trade space diplomatically. And so I think NATO countries will watch that. But in terms of making sure we can defend ourselves, existing NATO members, the Baltic states, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, down to Poland, Romania, Bulgaria, sort of the frontline states vis-a-vis Russia, I think that we will see more effort to beef up NATO's military capabilities, because historically we've avoided putting major combat troops in those countries, partly in deference to Russia. And clearly that kind of deference is going to dissipate, and we'll be more worried about whether Putin could attack, I think in particular Estonia and Latvia, because they have each about 25% Russian-speaking population. And so you could imagine Putin constructing an excuse to protect those populations, claiming they had been victims of violence or other oppression. That would be all contrived, of course, that would be Russian disinformation, but it's par for the course for Putin. And I think we're going to have to worry that even if that's not likely that he would attack Estonia or Latvia, we're going to have to make sure that he has no delusions about our ability to resist. So I would expect to see NATO beef up its forward military capabilities in the Baltic states and maybe other nations on the front lines as well.
Is that something we're going to have to see continue and happen over these next few days? Because a lot of people wondering, where's Putin going to stop if he's successful in taking over some of these different landmarks that we've been hearing being reported, in more of the country, where does it end? If he does seize control of Ukraine, what's going to happen next?
Well, he's talked historically about wanting to essentially reconstitute much of the Soviet Union, which of course could mean the Baltic states, all three of them. And he's also talked about having a right to protect with Russian military power, Russian speakers anywhere in the world. That, sort of the sarcastic reply is, does that include Russian speakers in Brooklyn? This kind of a dogma is really dangerous if it's taken literally. And a lot of people assumed it was sort of a rhetorical flourish, but what he's done in Ukraine, as you point out, rightly, I think makes one wonder, where does he stop? I strongly doubt that he would attack a NATO member state, because he knows we Americans are sworn to protect those countries as if they were our own nation. And I don't think he wants to risk nuclear war against the United States over a relatively minor set of territories. Estonia and Latvia each have about 1 million people, plus or minus. So they each have a few 100,000 Russian speakers at most. Ukraine, by contrast, has 40 million people and is a huge, huge gem in terms of agricultural land, in terms of Russian history. And that's why Putin, I think, really targeted that country. So I don't believe he's likely to go beyond Ukraine. But then again, I didn't think he was likely to attack Ukraine. And I think we're going to have to err on the side of caution and make sure he can't apply this dogma or this doctrine of protecting Russian speakers wherever they might be to Estonia and Latvia in particular.
And I like one of the points you brought up too, we never know based on what he says versus the actions we're seeing from Russia's military. He had said before, when we saw the buildup, oh, we're not going to attack. Now all of a sudden this invasion is happening. So it really is a matter of continuing that diplomacy, but how much can you depend on his word when we've seen him say one thing and then right the next day do another?
Yeah, it's interesting if you look back at Putin. He's been giving us his worldview for 15 years in a way that when you go back and you read the speeches, it actually looks pretty sincere. It's the worldview of an angry, vindictive, sort of hegemonically inclined guy who believes in Russian power and also develops personal grudges against certain people, like former President Saakashvili of Georgia, like President Zelensky today in Ukraine, like Hillary Clinton. There are people he just decides he doesn't like, and that informs and affects the way he devises policy. So at one level, there's not that much Putin does that's truly surprising. When he's upset, he lets you know. On the other hand, his tactics and his pretext for action are completely contrived. And, he's pretty cunning. He is pretty stealthy. He clearly takes pride in being former KGB. He thinks that he can use Russian power, even though it's less than ours, more effectively because he's a smarter, and more discreet, more clever, more subtle military decision maker. He may, for example, decide he's going to ring most of Ukraine with forces, maybe not try to occupy most of the country, and then just create a showdown where he demands that Zelensky step down from power rather than have to send Russian forces further. I don't know. those are the kinds of things he does historically. And on those issues, as you say, you can't trust him. In fact, he wouldn't want us to trust him. He wouldn't want us to know what he's thinking next. He likes to catch us off guard. That's part of his shtick.
You know, speaking of catching people off guard, we had been hearing these warnings, this lead up to the invasion, seeing the troop movements. So it wasn't that big of a surprise that this attack eventually happened. Was there anything that stood out to you in those first few hours of those reports that were coming out of this invasion actually happening?
Well, it was striking that it was fairly comprehensive across much of the country. And we always knew that was a possibility. But certainly he prepared the potential for that with, you know, the 200,000 Russian troops that were on virtually all sides, or at least 3 sides of Ukraine, 3 of the 4. And there is an advantage, certainly militarily, in creating multiple axes of potential maneuver or advance. And you know, he seems to also be going after specific strongholds, airfields, et cetera, not necessarily launching a comprehensive invasion of the whole country just yet. So we knew that was an option. I really didn't think he was going to want to send tanks, you know, rolling across wheat fields in the snow and cold, because that's pretty hard to do in the Ukrainian winter. And so we'll see if he decides to use the threat of large-scale maneuver more than the reality. And I think, you know, data is just coming out hour by hour and day by day of what he's done already. We know they have seized, for example, the airfield in Kiev. And they certainly attack cities throughout the country with longer range air power or missiles. I don't know if he's going to try yet to use ground forces to occupy the whole country. To me, that's still the big question.
You know, another question a lot of people wondering is, so far what we've heard in response from our NATO countries, from here in the United States, President Biden announcing more sanctions on Russia. We've heard UK talking about how they're also halting the assets going into the bank accounts in Russia. How much of an effect does this actually have when it comes to the action we're seeing happening right now? Because we know some of these items that they're putting in place, the sanctions, it's not going to have a short-term effect. That's for the long run game.
Yeah, well, I think, you know, access to the banks and to the banking system is pretty important for doing business in real time. But Russia's also had some warning that we would target these kinds of assets. We've done it before, and we've certainly been warning about it in this particular crisis. So I think that, you know, they may have some workarounds. What I expect is that there will be some consequences right away of not having access to banking systems and international finance, but Russia may be able to mitigate that. So I cannot predict the magnitude of the effect on the Russian economy or on Russian exports. On other issues, we haven't even yet decided ourselves how far we're going to push this. And again, my expectation is that we will try to apply sanctions to areas we haven't even yet publicly talked about, especially existing exports of oil and gas. We've been pretty tough at trying to shut down the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, which is not even yet functional. We've been pretty tough at saying we're not going to give Russia advanced technology for drilling in the future, so they have their long-term ability to sustain hydrocarbon exports put in doubt. But we haven't yet threatened to try to get ourselves off of Russian oil and gas in the short to medium term. To me, that's the next big step. And that will take time, as you say. And Russia could decide to cut us off first. So we better have a strategy for, you know, surviving that if we're going to start threatening to wean ourselves off Russian oil and gas, which could involve higher prices at the pump, necessity for more exploration in North America in oil and gas in the short to medium term, some things that a number of people would prefer not to do, but some of that may become, I think, necessary now, at least for a while, in response to this action.
Do we think that that's something that could possibly happen? You know, on the Russian side, they cut the United States off from some of those resources, because we have heard from President Putin saying if there's people who get in his way, there's going to be consequences you've never seen. Is there anything else that you can think of that he could be possibly alluding to?
Well, he's got to be careful because we're in this mutually dependent relationship. He really needs us because 60% of Russian exports are oil and gas. And as soon as he decides to cut those off, that's going to put us into a mode of, you know, of returning to a more aggressive pursuit of new oil and gas opportunities here in the United States, where there's been a little bit of backing off from that, given some of the economics and some of the environmental controversies around fracking. And so, our potential to increase production is there. And I think if and when we decide to invoke it, it's hard for Putin then to say a year later, I changed my mind, I'll let you start buying my oil again. At that point, we may decide we've already adjusted, we've gone through the real pain of higher prices in the short term, so now let's really deliver a knockout blow to Russia. So in other words, Putin's got to be careful just how much he decides to cut off the oil and gas because of, it may be an irreversible loss for him of revenue. But I would half welcome it, to be honest with you. And I'd rather beat him to the punch and develop that plan ourselves and start implementing it. Because again, somebody who's just sliced up half of Eastern Europe is not a person you can do business with as usual.
Also speaking of Vladimir Putin, what is he telling his people? Because we have seen some reports of, obviously they're being fed certain information. They might stumble upon other things that are happening when it comes to this attack. What do we believe he's feeding the people when it comes to this invasion? Because they might be getting the wrong information only being sourced to them.
Yeah, well, Russian people are in this weird information space. They do have some degree of access to information from other places, but they also are given a narrative of American aggressiveness, a lot of fake news that dwarfs whatever fake news we contend with here. And also over the years, Putin's developed this sense of sort of a vindictive Russia that's beleaguered, that's threatened by all these countries around it. He's created this paranoid image. I've done a lot of Russia TV, RT, and it's a very difficult medium to operate on because there is a really strong propagandist kind of flow of very self-serving kind of interpretations of the world, and the line between truth and fabrication or exaggeration is usually blurred. Much harder, by the way, to do Russia TV than Chinese TV. Chinese may stand up for their own interests, but they sort of treat you courteously, and there's an open conversation. It's tougher with RT. And I think that just is a reflection of the way the information environment exists inside of Russia. And if they're doing that in English language broadcasts on RT, you can only imagine what they're saying to their own people in Russia. So I'm afraid that most Russians are not really getting, a fair and balanced view of the world. And it's not just because every country is biased in its own subconscious ways, and even we can sometimes be like that as Americans, but it's a deliberate action on the part of the Kremlin. And Putin's been doing it a long time. So I'm afraid they've been fed false news that the Ukrainians were threatening or harming a lot of Russian speakers or native Russians inside of Ukraine, that NATO was bent on world domination, that it was thinking of putting military forces into Ukraine, all sorts of things that are simply not true. And that's part of, I think, what led to this.
So many things building up to this moment. Just lastly, want to ask you, Michael, anything you think important to note in these first few hours, the first day of this attack, when it comes to this invasion?
No, I think we've covered it. It's a pretty big deal. It's a pretty big invasion. It may not yet be comprehensive across the whole country, but it's certainly involving specific hotspots and cities across the country, as well as military installations. And it's fairly noteworthy for being systematic. We'll see just how effective it is, just how well sustained it can be, just how hard the Ukrainians fight back, and just what political goals Putin really decides to pursue in the end. But it's a pretty big attack, and it's a momentous and sad day in European history.
Yeah, especially since we have been hearing of lives that have already been lost. And as we mentioned, this is just the beginning of it. And so many people still holding out for diplomacy and a stop to this attack. So we do appreciate you weighing in, giving us some more insight into what has been happening here over these last few hours, days, and even the buildup to what was happening coming into this. So Michael O'Hanlon joining us again here on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate everything you've given us some insight to here today.
Thanks, Christy. My pleasure. Best wishes.
So we want to bring on our own economist right here, Sam Dixon with the Oxford Advisory Group. Thanks for joining us here, Sam.
Thanks for having me.
Okay, so your response to all of this as new sanctions being imposed by the Biden administration, how quickly, I think that's the main question right now, is the timeline for this? Could this have the effect that they're trying to have on Putin fast enough?
I think it all comes down to how willing they are to actually enforce them, right? How quickly are they actually going to roll them out? It's nice to lay out an agenda, but are they actually going to enforce it? That's kind of what's going to determine how quickly they have any type of effect. I mean, you've already seen the gas prices going up, right? And that's been happening at your pump. That's actually mostly because the markets and refineries were kind of anticipating conflict over there anyways. So what happened over the last few weeks, all these refineries said, well, you know what? If we're going to have our supply disrupted, let's go ahead and just grab as much as we can right now. Let's pull it in. That created a lot more demand, okay, which drove the price up, and you're starting to feel that at your pump right now.
Exactly, and that has been the looming concern for at least people in the United States is higher gas prices. What potentially could that be looking like?
Well, I don't see it letting up anytime soon, given what's happening over there, which is very unfortunate at this moment, right? But, you know, it's not the only economic factor that's contributing to this market. Okay, the market has been unsteady since before this conflict, right? And that's mostly because of the Fed bumping interest rates, okay? So essentially, when the Fed dropped interest rates 2 years ago, it created what we call easy money, right? And easy money is where a lot of money floods into the market, and you've had a great bull run the last 2 years here. It's been nice. Everything's been going up. And then last year, the Fed said, hey, we're going to bump interest rates and pull some of the support we've been doing, right? So that's not anything new. They said it last year. The problem is the market's just now reacting to it. And that's why you've had kind of a rough little bumpy market right here is the Fed's not helping as much. They're bumping those interest rates, which people are pulling money out of the market now.
Right, exactly. It's a flurry of issues that are hitting the market right now. From your view, is President Biden doing enough to stabilize the American economy amid all this?
You know, I think he's got to implement some of the stuff he's come out and said he's going to do. I'm going to review all these sanctions more in depth since I just rolled them out, of course. But I'm going to go through and see, you know, how viable are they actually to implement them quickly, and how big of an effect will they actually have? Okay, again, it's going to come down to follow through. If they follow through with some of the things that we've already read and just heard her talk about, then there could definitely be some impact, right? The only thing I worry about is, hey, how much of that impact is going to blow back on the American consumer, right? Like at the pump. And that's something you feel every day. So that's a little different than inflation, right? That's something you feel literally, or at least me, twice a week in my SUV because it hogs the gas, right? So I feel that multiple times a week.
Right. Gas prices, inflation, and now I want to go into the food industry because wheat and corn, Ukraine is a major producer. You know, what effect could that have on not only America, but other countries that it's a major exporter for?
You know, there's a ton of countries that rely upon that for a great portion of their imports for their food. And I know we felt the effect, at least, you know, we had that chicken shortage hit us a little bit here. That one hit me personally as well, going to Publix, not being able to get enough chicken for myself. And I hate to think that that's going to then branch out into these other food groups. But, you know, these other countries that aren't as well off throughout the world that do rely upon those are the ones that are actually going to feel the impact a lot worse than particularly us on that particular item there. So that concerns me pretty great. If it's anything like we've seen in the past, it's going to cause some serious issues in some of the lower end countries.
For people who are really uncertain right now, probably every American in the stock market, what is your biggest tips during this time? What should we be watching?
I think the biggest thing is take the emotion out of it, right? So we as humans love to make emotional reactions, emotional decisions, okay? When it comes to investing, that might be the worst thing you can do, okay? So I always recommend, hey, create an action plan, all right? Set some rules up that, hey, if the market does this, you're going to do this in response in your account, okay? And you set these rules. That way you take the emotion out of it and you take what I call the knee-jerk reaction out of it, right? We don't want to make an emotional decision because we haven't really thought it through. So we create these action item plans for ourselves through what I call little rules, right? And you follow that, it tends to help take the emotion out of investing, which is usually better.
Yep, definitely an emotional time right now as things are escalating out in Ukraine. Sam Dixon, any last thoughts when it comes to reaction on the stock market end?
No, just think through every decision. Don't make the emotional reaction. Create an action item plan, right? Even just for yourself, right? Every investor is different. Everybody's in a different stage of life, but everybody can create an action plan for themselves to react properly. That way, again, you don't make that emotional decision, okay?
All right. Thank you so much. We'll talk to you soon. Stay safe.
Thank you.
I want to bring in Kunal Anand, who is a CTO of Imperva and, quite frankly, an expert when it comes to cybersecurity. And Kunal, you are actually helping some of these banks in Ukraine right now amid the threats.
That's correct. We're actually helping many of these institutions, not just banks. It's really devastating what's going on, obviously physically, but also from a cyber perspective. We've seen some dramatic attacks over the last few weeks, and these attacks are designed to just go ahead and cripple core infrastructure, applications, services that people and Ukrainians really depend on. So it's been pretty crazy over the last couple of weeks.
So we were just listening in to President Biden, who has touted the fact that they have helped prepare Ukraine when it comes to these cyber attacks. Do you think that they were prepared for this?
Look, I'm spending time with a lot of our customers on the ground, and I think a lot of them need a lot of help right now. A lot of them need support. A lot of them need more guidance. A lot of them have never been through, obviously, anything like this before. So this is pretty unprecedented. A lot of them have never had to defend a network from a large attack. A lot of them have never had to worry about keeping an application or a really important backend for a mobile application up and running, and to withstand a large amount of traffic coming in. So, I mean, it's something that they're obviously not prepared for. We're seeing a lot of activity happening. We see a lot of critical applications and services going down right now. I think genuinely, Ukrainian organizations and enterprises of all sides need a lot of help right now. And I think organizations like Imperva and others can do a better job at sort of supplementing and giving them that aid.
From a cybersecurity point of view, I mean, how substantial are these attacks? How immense could the effects of this be for the Ukrainian government and economy?
Glad you asked that question. I think a lot of people, when they think of a cybersecurity attack, they just think, oh, a server goes down somewhere, that's no big deal. But let's take into context everything that's going on right now, which is you've got a country that's currently being invaded by another, and you have people, citizens, human beings that are just understanding where their money is, if they have access to it. Maybe they want to get access to it. Maybe they want to spend it. Maybe they want to go somewhere. Maybe they want to flee. How are they going to access their bank accounts? How are they going to go ahead and access that capital if the bank is down? How are they going to access it if those critical applications and services go down? And so how devastating could it be? You know, Russia's really smart. Russia has been very strong in offensive cybersecurity initiatives for years now. And they know that if they want to go and take a country, it's not just by taking it physically, but also from causing some harm and causing damage from a cyber perspective. I mean, look, if you can shut down banks, if you can shut down critical infrastructure on top of the invasion, the physical invasion that's going on, I mean, that's a pretty big combination and a lethal combination if you want to go and knock a country over.
Well, of course, these cyber attacks are not just hitting Ukraine, they're hitting other countries, including about to be the United States as well. Explain that to us, because there's other parts of Europe that are also getting hit hard, that you are addressing those situations as well.
Yeah, so for the last couple of weeks, we've seen some pretty big activity coming out of these nation states. So for example, Russia. So we've seen a lot of cyber attacks originating from Russia against various critical infrastructure companies and services organizations all throughout Central and Western Europe. So we've seen the activity specifically going after telecommunications providers, going after banks and financial institutions as well, and for the sole purpose of creating disruption. In other cases, maybe trying to steal data or trying to perform things like data exfiltration generally. And so we've seen these attacks. And of course, we see this behavior happen every single day. We process something on the order of trillions of requests every single month. And for us, it's not abnormal to see it, but what is abnormal is the rate, the frequency, and the size, and the geo-targeting that is in fact going on right now.
What could be next for the United States specifically?
Well, you know, I think we've all heard Biden and the Biden administration talk today about counter cybersecurity, which basically means instead of being defensive, what if the United States were to become offensive? And what we mean by that is instead of just being attacked and sort of keeping ourselves safe, what if we could go on the attack and we could go after critical infrastructure, maybe by Russia and its allies? And, you know, I think that's something that we're going to have to weigh the pros and cons of a behavior like that. I mean, no one should be bullied and have to take it. But at the same time, we have to find a very measured approach for doing this, because we could be inviting ourselves into a pretty difficult situation if we're not careful. I'll give you an example of that. For years, Russia has been going after US-based institutions, financial services, banks, telecommunications companies, e-commerce companies, whether it's for disruption or exfiltrating information. And if you recall, what Biden had to do last year was get on the phone, talk to Putin, and kind of tell him, listen, I need you to calm down on what's been going on from a cybersecurity perspective. If the US were to sort of go after Russia from a cyber perspective, I think we'll see a pretty big undoing of, if you think about it, this sort of calm that's been kind of happening for the last several months. And who knows what that might invite back into the critical infrastructure and services we have, and what the long-term impacts could be from that. So we just need to be very, very careful if we decide that we want to enter into a cyber war, because obviously we've never seen a dramatic cyber war like this before. We've never seen anything in terms of two large countries with many, many others in between. You're talking about pulling in NATO's participating countries and other geos. Who knows what could happen? We just need to be very, very careful and measured about how we do this.
Kunal, any other thoughts when it comes to addressing these attacks? Any recommendations for the Biden administration at this time? If you were in the administration, what next steps would you do to ensure that Putin didn't escalate this any further to where we really see the effects here at home?
You know, it's a great question. I think, obviously, the way I kind of look at security, I believe that the best offensive security starts with having a really strong defense. And so effectively, we need to make sure that all of our critical infrastructure and services are well patched, are well defended, that we've got the right controls in place. Because suppose we decide that we want to go on the offensive and let's say we get attacked, but we don't have the right controls to defend ourselves from something like that, that could end in a pretty devastating manner, whether it's targeting municipalities, utility companies, let's say energy companies or local energy providers, or if we want to go after banks and financial services organizations, could be bad, right? So what we need to make sure we do, first and foremost, is make sure and ensure that our companies that are based in America, that citizens are safe. We want to make sure that the utility companies, whether it's energy, water, power, right, everything is well shored up from a security perspective. So before we go out, we want to make sure that everything is well secured, everything is locked up. So I'm the Biden administration. First and foremost, let's make sure that everything is safe at home. We've got the right protection capabilities. In terms of helping Ukraine, we should be offering help. We should be providing assistance from a cybersecurity perspective. I mean, think about what's going on. These are human beings that are that work in these large companies that now have to defend this work, but at the same time, they're defending their families, they're defending themselves in spite of everything that's going on. So their mind has to be split between all of these things. We can help them, we can jump in, we can help these organizations, we can help these critical organizations stay safe from these impending attacks so that those people can focus on what really matters, which is their lives, their families, and making sure that they stay safe.
All right, Kunal Anand with the Imperva, CTO of Imperva. Thank you so much for coming here on the show and explaining the situation underway, especially as many of these civilians are rushing to the banks, critical infrastructure, to withdraw money because their future is so uncertain. So we appreciate you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, and we are going to take Zakharchuk, who is the co-founder of Just Point, a medical malpractice company with 50 different doctors out in Ukraine right now. And Alexander, I know that you've been in constant communication with many of these doctors. First of all, thanks for joining us here on the stream. I know that it's probably been a very exhausting day for you. You're from Ukraine. How are you feeling at this time?
I think just like most of the other Ukrainians, I'm feeling surprised because we saw what Russia is capable of in 2014, but frankly, I think no one expected such a degree of cowardness, right? They've been repeating for a month or two before attacking Ukraine that they're absolutely not going to attack Ukraine. Right, so it is confusion, it is anger, But most of all, again, I care for all the people who are there in Ukraine now. There are my relatives there. There are our employees there. There are all the people of Ukraine. We are trying to figure out ways to help them to the extent that we can.
So just walk me through what many of their days have looked like, what they've described to you, what they've seen, what they've heard through the hours, through the past day.
Yeah, I heard from many people, and actually many of the Ukrainian cities were bombarded. Russia started the day with missile attacks to the critical objects of Ukrainian infrastructure. And many people wrote us that they woke to the sounds of explosions. And then some of the cities were not attacked yet. So people, at least in the morning before they understood what is going on the global scale, they were still feeling relatively safe. But some of the people thought about evacuating right away. We have, I think, around 10 of the doctors who are working with us in Ukraine moving towards the western regions of Ukraine. But at the same time, we have some of our employees who are volunteering currently in the hospitals. So obviously someone chooses to stay and help the military, help to rescue the wounded people. Overall, the situation is very chaotic in Ukraine right now, but in fact, the more organized we are, the better we can resist these Russian attacks, obviously.
So, Alexander, we're taking a look at video of evacuations from earlier today. You said some of the doctors are evacuating, that you know, some are sticking around. The ones who are sticking around, what do they have to say? Is it escalating even more? Do they anticipate many more fatalities?
Yeah, I think that within the next few days there will be many more fatalities from both sides. I know that this morning some of the hospitals in Ukraine started asking, the locals started asking people to donate their blood. So everyone is trying to get ready, because I think it is a matter of time when things get even more serious than they are now.
What is the need right now for people who are probably watching across the United States and viewers around the globe as well? How can anyone help out during this? To my knowledge, the National Bank of Ukraine opened the account to which people can donate money to help Ukraine to protect themselves. And in addition to this, the countries neighboring of Ukraine are ready to accept refugees, which helps a lot. Obviously, there is no question of, direct intervention of any other country, but to the extent that you can support Ukraine with donations for the individuals or with defensive weapons for the other countries, I think we needed to save the peace in the world, right? Because I don't think that at this point anyone believes that Putin is going to stop after, or if he succeeds in Ukraine. He will go further. It is a matter of time. There are ex-Soviet countries which he doesn't consider to be countries, just like Ukraine. There are other countries of the former Eastern Bloc, like Poland, for example. So I think that if Putin succeeds in Ukraine, then no one will be feeling safe. And it is important to emphasize that I'm saying Putin
will succeed in Ukraine, not Russians. Because I know that there are lots of protests in Russia right now against the war. In fact, I am myself half Ukrainian and half Russian, so I don't think that this is a question of nationality. It is a question of the choice, maybe not even the choice. It is this terrible, delusional dictator and the people brainwashed by him against the whole civilized humanity.
Describe what it's like when you're in conversation with these doctors. What is the tone of their voice? What is their plea right now? And do they still have pride in Ukraine amid all of this?
Yeah, I think everyone does their best to help to protect Ukraine. At the same time, I feel that many of those people are confused. The most scary thing is probably uncertainty right now. Everyone knows that terrible things can come because, again, we've witnessed the actions of Russia and the way the Russians approach the ethical side of the work in Syria, for example, right? They are not, they don't care about the civilians. They don't care about people in general, and both Russian people and the people whom they are attacking. So I think it is confusion, first of all, but then people are supporting each other a lot. I know that people are helping their neighbors. If someone requires transportation to the safe place, if someone wants their wives and kids to be safe, then people are helping with that. And I know that people in the neighboring countries, including Poland and Hungary, and the Baltic countries, are ready to accept Ukrainian refugees. And many people in the whole Europe now, there are protests near Russian embassies and consulates. So people are not just, sitting idle. They are trying to do whatever they can.
And we do, looks like we had something pop up on our feeds here. President Zelensky speaking out right now, the Ukrainian president, who has maintained the want and the need for Ukrainian people to feel peace and unity at this time. Your response to President Zelensky through the past couple of days, through the weeks, with his communication to the Ukrainian people?
I think that it is really important for the Ukrainian people to have the figure to gather around, right? I know that the last presidential elections in Ukraine were somewhat divisive for the country, but currently that we saw the reaction of the president towards the threat, I think that it is a worthy man, to lead the defense of the country. And it is important to have a leader. It is important to have the reliable source of information. And I think that currently the Ukrainian governmental institutions are doing an excellent job of providing reliable information to the people of Ukraine and to the people in the whole world. Because let's not forget that one of the ways that Russia wages war is the information war, right? They have been pumping the world with lies for years. And it is very important for every one of us to develop critical thinking, to check to validate the messages from the media, to understand what is true, what is not. Again, for example, the claims of Russians that in Ukraine the Russians speaking people were oppressed. It is absolutely false. I know many people who speak Russian and who will defend Ukraine with arms in their hands. I myself, I mean, my first language long time ago was Russian. I'm speaking Ukrainian within my family with my wife and kids, but I'm thinking in Russian. And I can absolutely guarantee that no one, neither in the east of Ukraine nor in the west of Ukraine, is oppressed for using Russian language.
Yeah, the pride in both of these countries has been definitely a major playing point for this, and we just want to report to everyone in those statements from President Zelensky. He said they want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. We have information that enemy sabotage groups have entered Kyiv. He says that he will remain in the capital despite these imminent attacks. He says the enemy sabotage forces have entered the capital. Me and my family are remaining. Your response?
Yeah, again, I think partially I'm proud that currently in this time we have this president who is willing to fight back. I'm not sure how many families and children of Russian politicians are currently in Russia, for example. And yeah, I think again it is worth uniting, and if we want to have a chance to defend ourselves, and by ourselves I don't only mean Ukraine, I mean again all the democratic world, unity is our own choice.
Yep. Unity is definitely the choice of all of the people who are having no choice at this point with the invasion underway. Any last thoughts as this continues here? Any message to the people who maybe have never been to Ukraine, are getting first introduced to this conflict underway with Russia and Ukraine? Last thoughts here.
Yeah, I think that historically, Ukraine has been a very peaceful country. Ukrainians are really friendly people. And those who were in Ukraine, I think they can all confirm that. And we are now in a situation that we have to protect ourselves. I think it is important to emphasize that the sentiment of Ukrainians towards Russia before 2014 was very, very positive. And the claims that you sometimes hear from Russians that it is Ukraine that is the source of this war. This is absolutely not true. In fact, the Ukrainian government and the presidents of Ukraine, both Poroshenko and Zelensky, have been using every available means to peacefully resolve the conflict, even though the essence of the conflict is that Russia invaded Ukraine. But currently we are in a situation that we have to defend ourselves. And I think that here in defending ourselves, we really defend all the world against Russia, because they absolutely, they will not stop at it. So I would ask everyone who can help, either with, again, donating money to protect Ukraine, or with sending help. I know that Germany was going to send the field hospitals, etc.
Right.
Any kind of help would be useful, would be appreciated. And again, by protecting Ukraine now, you're protecting the, well, maybe even our civilization in the long run, because obviously Putin doesn't imagine the consequences, the long-term consequences of what he's doing. Apparently, he's currently delusional, and this attack is an indication of that.
Alexander Zakarchuk, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you. We'll be thinking about all of those doctors that are out on the ground in Ukraine, helping the people and trying to stay safe themselves.
Thank you.
All right, and we are going to stick with this.
This invasion. I'm bringing in national security expert Hal Kempfer, though, just to respond to that and to give us a breakdown of where things stand militarily on the battlefield now of Ukraine. Hal, good to see you. What did you make of that?
Andrew, I thought that was a great speech. I think she brought up something that's so true, and it's not that many who really understand the pipeline dynamics, if you will, of Europe and North America in terms of how we move natural gas, how we move oil, liquefied natural gas, LNG tanker movements, the specialized terminals. But she really encapsulated that well. And she brought up something that's known, but it hasn't really been fully really implemented, which is that infrastructure for natural gas could potentially be used for hydrogen in the future. So it's not like an investment, and we say, okay, 10 years, 15 years from now, it was a wasted investment. It's an investment that could keep on for a very, very long time, and that attracts investment capital. Now, obviously, what she's doing is she's putting out a very clear statement. In fact, that's a very powerful statement to Putin, saying, you could shut off your gas and we're still getting through the winter. I thought that was a very powerful thing to say, and that's one of those cards that she took out of his deck of things he can play, a very important card, and putting it out there. And I'm going to be curious to hear if her rhetoric is picked up elsewhere, perhaps out of the White House or some other places.
Hal, and we can get into some of these economic headlines because the Russian economy today, not a good day for that. I wanted to go first, though, to speak about some of these military updates, both on Ukrainian and Russian sides. We know that we did get from the Ukrainian President Zelensky a number, 137 Ukrainians killed, over 300 wounded on day one of the Russian invasion. Of course, that number could be more and is apt and is very likely to change. This is obviously a very fluid situation. We also learned Zelensky put out a video, and he's been doing this periodically, basically saying that Russian sabotage groups have entered Kyiv and are after him and his family. He said, quote, according to our information, the enemy marked me as #1 target. My family is the #2 target. They want to destroy Ukraine politically by destroying the head of state. This was in a 6-minute video posted on Instagram. He says, quote, I stay in the capital. I stay with my people. And he said, they are the citizens of Ukraine, but I have no right to say where they are now. He said his children are also in Ukraine. His family are not traitors. Very, very strong words there. And this goes to the fact that senior U.S. defense officials are saying that the Russian army and Vladimir Putin, they want to decapitate the Ukrainian government.
You know, if you look at Putin's background, he's a covert operations officer. Direct, covert action like this, going in there with specialized small clandestine teams to either do assassinations or kidnappings, hostage taking. That's just part and parcel of what he does. That's what he understands. We knew there were lists out there. We had released the fact that we knew there were lists out there. We knew that they had targeted certain leadership figures. Of course, the head of state of any country that's being invaded or attacked is always one of the top command and control targets, if you will, of who's ever attacking. And so it's not surprising they're going after him. It's regrettable, but it's not surprising that they're going after his family either. Now, we have had a lot of time to prepare for this. And I mean, we collectively working with the Ukraine government. Even though we don't have forces, troops on the ground, providing intelligence, providing know-how, providing, helping them with their planning, all of these things we can do. So we have been helping them figure out how to maintain continuity of government, looking at what was likely to take place. My guess is that 90% of what they've been seeing the last 48 hours is what they expected to see. A few surprises here and there, but pretty close to what the whatever the textbook playbook plan that we anticipated Putin was going to follow. It's pretty much happening that way. And with that, we knew they'd go after these decapitation strikes. The challenge, though, is slowly Russian forces, and it is taking them a while, are getting down around Kyiv, and they're going to encircle Kyiv. And once they encircle Kyiv, the ability of those, senior leaders to get out, if they have to, is very much restricted, if not made impossible.
Hal, let's talk about Kyiv, because there have been conflicting reports on if it might fall tonight or within 96 hours or at all if Russian forces do surround it. What are you hearing? What does your gut tell you?
How we think this is going to go down. Is it going to be a Baghdad when U.S. forces went up there, or is it going to look more like when we're trying to work with the Iraqis to displace ISIS from Mosul? It really depends. Now, what I'm hearing today is the Ukrainian forces are highly motivated. Civilians are joining up in what is legally and under international law called pretty much a levy en masse, which is where you mobilize the entire population to repel an outside invader, which is really what's happening here. They have mobilized every male citizen between the ages of 18 to 60 to give you an idea of how many people, how much of the population is being brought in or being pressed into service to repel these invaders. Now, in an urban situation like Kyiv or any of the major cities, a lot of the advantages the Russians have with tanks, armored personnel carriers, all of these mechanized assets become very limited. Yes, tanks are useful in urban terrain because they can punch holes through walls with their main guns. They can drive through buildings and walls. They can do a lot of things, but they can't maneuver. They're stuck in those streets, and that's where the defender has a real advantage. A well-planned defense, the defenders can hold off a force of 3, 5, 7, sometimes 10 times larger if they have a very well-set, established urban defense. I'm not saying that they can stop the Russians from taking Kyiv. Eventually, I think the Russians will throw enough forces in where they can make that happen. But they could turn Kyiv into one heck of a battle area. You know, that could turn into a significant urban battlefield. And there's a potential of Kyiv to look maybe not like the Battle of Stalingrad, but definitely not a pushover like some of the things that we've seen more recently in Iraq and elsewhere, where cities just magically fall to who's ever coming in. And I would point to Afghanistan recently, where these cities just seem to fall one after another. I don't think that's going to happen. And I'm not seeing the indicators that they're just going to roll over and let that happen.
Hal, if the main airport around Kyiv is taken, is that the kind of signifier that the city has fallen? Once you take an airport, is that kind of over?
Well, obviously, it limits them. First off, that airport was not going to be operational because with the number of rockets and everything else, nobody's going to be flying in and out of that airport. So, as far as being a useful asset that could be value added to whatever the Ukrainian forces are doing, it's pretty much neutralized once this thing kicks off. The problem is that the Russians had such a preponderance of air assets, modern air assets, both rotor and fixed wing, that they literally started this thing with not just air superiority, but literally air supremacy. They basically dominated everything flying. Now, with that said, there are surface-to-air missiles that the Ukrainians have, and from reports coming out,